Gacha luck meets Marvel chaos. Who will rise, who will fall? Subscribe to find out. Cortana, what follows is a flurry of attacks while she mounts me. We laugh during the whole thing. Is that so? Let's see if I can change your mind. She says before going away and coming back holding a dark lipstick. She starts to apply it to her mouth. HM? Oh boy. After she is done, she starts pulling the waistband of my pants. I will mark till the base. To all other women see that there's a better someone. She says I'm liking where this is going. Third person B. Hector, hear me out. Helena follows Hector through the hallways of the Infinity Castle, annoyed by the amused smile on his face. I don't think summoning Harley is a very good idea. Why are you so scared? I just commented that she entered in the list. The final say will always be mine. He says casually while entering a room and retrieving some things fast and then continuing his way, but I have to say that I do not find it such a bad idea. He puts on a thoughtful expression. Wouldn't be nice to have a friend? He asks, teasing her. She is not my friend. Helena denies fast. She is a wild card, you must know that. She will give you more trouble than what is worth. Hector hums in agreement but ended up saying, relatively, very small trouble. I would say. Hector goes into another room and retrieves more things. And Harley is not that bad. What is the impression that you have of her? Evil? Pure evil? Broken evil? Or? He pauses to look at her, misled? This she can't argue. Hector chuckles. I understand that you're constantly annoyed by Shago, and having another someone so similar will put you at even more disadvantage and annoyance, Helena. But observe the similarities of the two. Hector raises his index finger. The truth is that the two of them don't like to be in charge. For their own reasons, they have been under constant pressure all their life in doing something that, not that they don't like, but more like eventually become a drag. Hector pauses a little, Shago being forced to be a hero by her brothers because this is what everyone thought that would be the obvious path, and Harleen Quinzel going on such a strict career path because she is smart. It's not that surprising that the two simply want to let go of the wheel and just ride the chaos of life a little without responsibilities. Hector sighs, but at that moment Harley met the worst possible person to be influenced on. Don't be so hard on her. With the right leadership, she should do better. Hector says, so you gonna do that? Be her pudding? Helena asks, smiling after seeing Hector disgusted by the word pudding. Gonna fuck her in her place? So all those tabloids about misogynistic Eidolon were right? Helena shakes her in an exaggerated, disappointed way. Well, that was not that bad of an idea, you know. Hector smirks roguishly while caressing his chin and jaw. Making a lewd expression. A little punishment on that pale clussy will do the work. I can fix that. He even licks his lips. He is interrupted by a slap on the side of his head. Be serious? She growls at him, annoyed that he hadn't brought her teasing and even turned against her. Hector raises his hands in a mocking surrender. Let's go from the beginning. You're probably the person that better understands my power, Helena. My ability to reach all across the omniverse in the infinite timelines, where everything is true and everything is false. Hector starts. Yes, thanks to her own experiences from her universe, she is the one that can better relate with Hector in this aspect. She knows of Superboy Prime, knows that relatively some universes are fictional to others, and the unending possibilities that exist. But even so, she doesn't know half of it. To her, Hector has some sort of omniverse awareness where he could watch other universes briefly, and at a certain point in the month he can fish things across dimensions, but have no control over what he brings. My power doesn't have empathy, but we already discovered that it was not that much of an asshole, right? It's not like it kidnapped you guys. It asked first. And Hector looks at her. You all are not in so good situations. Then there you have it. Every possibility to bring someone here is a chance of saving this person. What would you do if you have this power? The ability to give someone with a bad end a new chance. Hector let her munch his words. Obviously, I'm not a saint. I will not bring the Joker here and think I can change the guy. She nods at him, But in the infinity sea of possibilities that is the Omniverse, even the Joker has a sad and pitiful backstory sometimes. Jack Napier and his wife. I will tell you later. Hector moves his hand dismissively, seeing her curious eyes. What I'm trying to say is, there's a big possibility of Harley not being all that bad when I bring her here. And with a little work, she can be saved. I don't know if this is the best word to use, but I think I can do that. So I'm gonna ask you again. From what I said now and what you know about her, are you really that much against bringing her here? Hector looks at her. She pauses. I can put a hold on it for a long time too. The good thing about my power is the freedom of choice of when to bring them. Now, in 20 years. Or never. It doesn't matter. Hector shrugs. In the end, he will value the feeling of his actual people more than his potential people. If Helena was that much against Harley, he can hold on bringing her till he convince her. Helena notices it too and appreciates the consideration. Helena sighs. Oh, you convinced me. She relents, but don't expect me to get along with her. She points at him. And if one day you decide to, whatever reason, bring the Joker here, let me kick him in the balls. Thrice. She negotiates. Hector releases a chuckle. Sure, for you I can break the men code. Shut up about the men code or whatever. You kicked Loki in the balls during the invasion. She points. He raises his hands to defend himself. He is gender fluid. It's in the mythology. He defends himself, making her roll her eyes. He always has an answer to everything. Anyway, I'm going now. Thank you for your understanding and try to be nice to your future colleague. He teases and pulls her in a half hug before kissing the top of her head. She pauses at that and didn't move till she heard Shago and Cassandra getting closer. Surprising. Shago starts stopping at her side. Helena waits for her to continue. He is surprisingly an affectionate guy when you get closer to him. Must be from where he comes from. You Latinos are all touchy with kisses on the cheek and hugs. Shago explains, you're chocked with the little display of affection early. Looks out of character coming from him. He is all broody and dark. But we forgot that we met him at a bad moment. The guy was literally alone in this country. True. Helena whispers, well, you can give me the credit for that. A smug expression settles on Shago's face while she puts a hand over her heart. I peeled the ice from that bastard heart. Get off your high horse, woman. Helena rolls her eyes, but then turns to Cassandra. What are you doing with her? She asks suspiciously. She likes Cassandra and can't have Shago corrupting her. Just passing some instructions to her. Shago says casually, instructions? Yep. Shago says, popping the can go now, Cassandra. Hector must be waiting. Cassandra starts going in the direction Hector went without a word, only with a nod of her head to the two. But Helena is still staring at Shago without blinking. Don't try to imitate him. Will not work. Shago comments while checking her nails, but there's no harm in telling anyway. I'm just telling little Cassandra to keep an eye on all the women that get in contact with Hector during this trip and tell me later. Helena's hand goes to her face slowly. I should have expected something like that. Aren't you cool with the whole sharing thing? Why suddenly act like a jealous girlfriend? You misunderstood. I do not care how many women will fall on his dick on this trip. I bet that I lot, by the way, and there's no problem in that. He will come back to my arms eventually. No one can steal him from me. She acts smug again and then continues, but there's also no reason to not keep tabs on them, right? Know the enemy. That's Sun Tzu shit. I thought that you would adopt something like out of sight, out of mind approach. Helena comments, more like out of reach. Shago shrugs, I really don't care. Again, he will not abandon me for another when he can have more. Caught the scheme? And then he goes adding more, and then will be I plus another against a potential homewrecker. And the more. Any woman that wants him to herself will have to bow to the strength of numbers. Comply or go away. I'm invincible. She laughs evilly after her speech. I really can't even start arguing with your distorted line of thought. Helena sighs. Hey, just a little of harem management? Do you want me to explain how I will impose the hierarchy? This is not an old Chinese drama. Naive. Shago snorts. Anyway, if I ask, Hector probably would say what happened on this trip. But even he keeps certain things a secret. So taking a page of his book, I'm preparing beforehand. Helena decides to not say anything about the fact that if there's something that Hector wants to hide, he will hide. He only needs to talk to Cassandra and all this plan crumbles to pieces. You still didn't let go of his first woman, huh? It's what Helena decided to say. Nah, there's something more there. Shago narrows her eyes. You're thinking too deeply. A teen had his first experience with an older woman. It's normal to get a little attached and protective of the memory. Sincerely, I'm half convinced that he is so secretive about it to keep teasing you. Just act like you don't care and he will talk. Helena gives her advice. Shago stays silent for some time. It's sounding advice, but in the end, she shakes her head. My womanly instincts never fail. This woman will be trouble to me. Write what I'm telling you. Shago says with conviction. Zeta Space Station, it's really okay for me to be here? Tsukasa Eishi, the chef from the Shokyuchi no Soma world, asks around. He is a little self-conscious to be here on the space station to go on a trip to another universe. Siko, Cassandra, and Gigantomachia are fighters and he is not. There's more to the shonen genre than fighting, Tsukasa. Hector answers him, you are doing a good job. Take this as a reward. Don't you want to go see completely different ingredients and learn new cooking techniques? What better to broaden your horizon than going to another universe? Tsukasa now looks interested. So many fantastic creatures are out there in the Omniverse. Maybe all of them can be eaten. Hector continues, and there is an island in the world that we are going to that has many weird things. Like a flower where the petals were wagyu, a waterfall of laymen, and a tree that where grows pizza. You convinced me, Tsukasa says calmly. Masters of any craft would refuse the opportunity to see fantastical things related to their passion. Hector then turns to the rest. Everyone prepared? Mentally, we will spend 3 months there. Hope that you guys brought everything. He rechecks everything in his inventory again. He is the luggage guy after all. After some thought, the rest nod. Now a little speech. Ahem, there are many reasons to go where we're going. Interesting powers, materials, fauna, flora. Many things to learn and absorb so that we can become better versions of ourselves. The people here are the ones that I judged that can take the most of the experience. Cassandra, Siko, Tsukasa, and Gigantomachia stay in silence while hearing him. We will have to do things like fighting and involving ourselves in problematic things, but don't worry that I'm strong. Just keep the minimum of vigilance. But overall, the most important. Hector pauses and prepares the necessary cards. A smile grows on the corner of his mouth. Remember of having fun. One Piece World Sabaody Archipelago Tree Number 11, Lawless Area. It doesn't feel that different. Siko comments looking around like the rest. The gravity here is stronger. Hector analyzes, but nothing much changed really. He and Cortana are checking the air components to see if something can harm them. If travelers between countries can create pandemics, imagine travelers between multiverses. Little trivia about where we are. The Sabaody Archipelago is not really an island. In truth, we are walking in giants' roots of giants' trees that reach 10,000 meters under the sea. Are you seeing the bubbles? They are generated by these trees and can even carry people. These are the main and more characteristics of transport here. As a downside, the bubble only lasts while in the region, exactly because of the humidity and other components in the air generated by the trees. Hector explains like a tourist guide to them. Except for Machia, everyone is interested in the strange biome. Hector looks like he is trying to feel something at a distance before he opens a portal. Emerging from the other side, the group leaves an alley and found themselves on a busy street. People are walking around with bubble bags and other vehicles bubble-based. That's the tourist part, full of shops and things that you can only find in distinct parts of the world. This archipelago is the last checkpoint before going to a new area. Everyone needs to pass through here, so you can probably find things from everywhere. And here is where we separate from today. Hector declares. Tense. Cassandra says, indeed. People are looking tense. Siko confirms, looking around, there will be a big event in a little while. I think is starting already. A public execution of sorts. Hector states the reason, we're gonna crash it by the way. Hector gives them a predatory smile. Oh, here is the pawn shop. They enter the pawn shop, leaving after exchanging a reasonable amount of gold for bellies, the currency of this world. Well, there's a place to go before going to Marineford. Tsukasa and Cassandra just stay there, watch the show on the big screen, go sightseeing, and buy anything that you find interesting. No need to worry about money, you guys can spend everything. Hector says while giving them the suitcase. Cassan turns her head a little confused. Sorry, but I don't think will be good for you to be on a battlefield, Hector explains. He is being considerate. Cassandra is very sensitive to other people's emotions. There's a high chance of something bad happening to her if she goes to the war. Go have fun for today. Hector pats her head. I will put some Shadowcon in your guys to be sure. Get out of the way of some dumb-looking people with bubble helmets appear. They're annoying. Hector then opens a portal to a shore of the archipelago. There he creates a nimbus to fly to the next destination. Before moving, he uses the ghostly biofission one time. The other Hector flew at high speed to the sky. And he also makes a casual clone to keep an eye on Cassandra and Tsukasa. Where are we going? Siko asks while enjoying the breeze and admiring the vast expanse of ocean that is this world. Prison. Hector answers with a smirk. The world of One Piece is an obvious and inevitable choice for Hector to visit. And using the same modus operandi from the BNHA/MHA, Hector decided to arrive during a turbulent moment, where many people will gather and facilitate for him to accomplish his goal. In his own mind, the only loss will be that arriving at this moment means that Momonosuke and his retainers didn't travel through time. So he will miss the chance to take a power that he likes, the food no mi brush fruit of Kenjuro. The fruit that makes your drawings a reality. Too bad, he arrived at Marvel before the big reveal of the One Piece manga. He doesn't know of the truth of the Gomu Gomu no Mi and the fact that Blackbeard collected some interesting devil fruits in the future too. Otherwise, he would have chosen to arrive during the Wano arc. He simply put on the balance. That's the greatest and most secure prison in the world. Hector comments looking down in Impel Down. It appears that something is going on down there. Siko eyes the confusion on Impel Down Harbor. Hector side glances to a certain direction but doesn't move. Some prisoners escaped. He says he put on the balance and judged that arriving at this time when people would be less prepared would be for the best. And also, before a lot of prisoners of Impel Down get free on the sea. He almost licks his lips looking down on the prison. This is just the appetizer, the soup if you want to call it, before the main dish that is cooking on Marineford. His eyes go through the many levels of the prison, looking at his targets. Blackbeard crews are down there, almost arriving at level 6, and so many others. Then his eyes change. The predatory look is now gone. Oh. He then disappears before giving some instructions. Defeat everyone in sight. Any last words? Magellan, the warden of Impel Down and user of the poison fruit, prepares himself to deliver a blow on the reason the gates of justice has been opened, satisfaction. Bon Clay declares with a smile on his face while in a battle stance. The huge fist coated in purple poison flies to meet the already injured Bon Clay, but when he is ready to meet it head-on, a figure emerges in his front and with an outstretched left hand stops Magellan's attack. The fist is stopped and the poison disperses in the surroundings. I'm sorry, but I will not allow you to hurt Bonchan. Hector declares. Then he grabs Magellan's hand and throws him across the room. Who are you? Bon Clay asks shocked. Hector, a pleasure to meet you. Can we be friends? Hector asks casually with a big smile on his face. Bon Clay instinctively takes his hand, still confused from the sudden shift in the situation. Your hand? Magellan's poison. Bonchan suddenly exclaims, pointing to Hector's other hand that is resting on his side. Oh, don't worry. I'm like his natural enemy. Hector casually glances at the sky poison pearl hidden in his palm. Mujiwara already left. I'm going to Marineford after settling some business here, Wanna come? Hector asks yes. Do you have a way? Bon Clay answers immediately. He had already given up, but now a chance presented itself to him. He will grab it to continue to help Muji-chan. Yep. I just have to deal with Blackbeard on the lower levels and we go. Hector comments, oh, let me cure you. You're gonna sleep for a while. Hector doesn't wait and puts Bon to sleep and heals him. He then gently passes Bon through a portal to his Nimbus out there in the sky. Finally, he turns to the raising Magellan. He just freed himself from the debris, his poison growing so strong that is melting the stones. I have nothing against you, Magellan. I even like you. Very underrated. Hector says while calmly watching hydras made of poison be formed and coiling around the room. In truth, I will even help you. Blackbeard and the rest will not escape this place alive. You're not leaving this place either. Magellan declares and attacks. Hector smirks seeing the poison getting close. I will use your power well. Sometime later, Siko and Makia cross another portal to the command room. Finished her dash. Siko was going to ask but paused seeing a strange scene. Everyone in the room was unconscious, except two people. Good job. Hector greets them casually. Hector is sitting in someone. He is treating a woman as a chair. Let's go then. Call the jailer beasts, Suddy-chan. Hector turns to his chair and delivers a slap on her ass. Payeesh, master, they're coming already. The orange-haired woman wearing a skimpy outfit cries out while rolling out her tongue lewdly, good girl. Hector pats her sore ass. He stands up and starts to move to the exit. When Suddy starts following him crawling on all fours, Hector quickly puts her to sleep too, and continues to act like nothing happened. Siko continues to stare strangely at the scene. What? She was a sadistic and wanted to do some weird shit with me, I just turned the tables against her. Hector shrugs and continues to move where he is sensing the jailer beasts, the ones with awakens Owens. Siko doesn't follow instantly, she glances at the unconscious Suddy, with her blissful sleeping expression. How envious! She murmurs, what? Hector turns fast. What? Hector. Siko. Makia, the floor is made of floor. Hector decides to continue on his path and ignores it for now. Level 6, I'll free those who survive, and let you join my crew on the outside world. Blackbeard declares with his arms outstretched to all the prisoners. Clamors, shouts, and rackets echo from all the cells, boom, but is interrupted when the entrance was forced open again. Everyone looks up to the platform that is the beginning of the stairs to the lowest level of Impel Down. Silence falls on the level 6 while the people there wait to see who is entering. Before the dust settles, a male voice reaches all of them. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but this little game is being cancelled. None of you are leaving this place. Forget about leaving, you guys will not be living in half an hour. Finally, 3 figures emerge. A couple of teens and a 4-meter man. Seeing his pretty and unarmed appearance, most of the prisoners fall in laughter and jeers, screaming at him to get closer and promising to take good care of him and the girl. Hector observes them with a calm smile, unaffected by the noise. Now, some people adopted some serious expressions like Shiryu, the former guard of Impel Down, and other big shots. In this world, it's not strange to someone judge the level of strength of another person with a look. They can at least get a rough estimative. And even if Gigantomachia is the most eye-catching of the trio, they instantly notice that the youngster in the middle that is the real threat. Marshall D. Teach. Hector says slowly, looking down at the man. He notices that Oda-sensei's ridiculous proportions are toned down a little in reality. Yes, Blackbeard still is a huge man with a big belly and small legs, but he doesn't look like a barrel with chicken legs anymore. He is fucking ugly. Well, Suddy-chan breasts are ridiculously big and she has a very small waist. So you gain some and lose some, I guess. He thinks lightly. Ziha. That's me. I don't know you. Blackbeard laughs a little nervously, but still keeps a smile on his face. I'm not famous, don't worry about your lack of knowledge. Before we start, let's have a talk, shall we? Hector says before the ground moves to make him a throne. He slowly sits on it and turns to look down again at the pirate crew. So, you betrayed your former crew, killed your friend. No. I'm not admonishing you. Just hear me out first. Hector starts and raises his hand to not be interrupted. You cheated your way to be where you are right now. Do you think this is the right path? That you will not regret it? Hear me out first. Hector, don't let him interrupt. You know Monkey D. Luffy, right? Ace's brother. You met him not long ago. Hector doesn't wait for an answer and continues. You two have some parallels and opposites. Trying to reach the top. I mean, I don't know if you want to govern the world, vengeance, be free, or whatever. You and Luffy don't have the same path, don't have the same goal, but have the same finish line. But he is doing it properly. Hector looks at Blackbeard, ignoring everything else. He started weak and is facing the challenges and obstacles along the way head-on and with a lot of difficulty, but every victory makes him stronger and closer to his objective. He is also collecting a lot of goodwill and karma from important people that can help him. In this world, you can't do that alone after all. But you, Blackbeard. Hector points at the pirate. You skipped a lot of the process through cheating. You're taking shortcuts. Your growth is sudden and without foundation. You comrades can betray you. Some people would think that if you two meet at the finish line, he will end up victoriously because he did things properly. All of your cheating and evil deeds will mean nothing. There will be no reward for your plans and actions. Hector crosses his legs and intertwines his fingers on his lap. He is genuinely curious to understand Blackbeard's mind, but not enough to invade his mind for now. So, what do you think of that? The world, destiny, and everyone else against you. It's worth it? Even if you fail, you will be satisfied? You will be proud of yourself in the end. Hector asks. The whole little speech goes over the head of most of the people in the room. Only a select few understand how deep this talk goes. Hector is talking about good and evil, wills, ambitions, and dreams. While most would dismiss this as nonsense talk, the ones on the top know the importance of those words. They're not childish and stupid words like most of the people that Luffy met in the first half of his adventure would think. Suddenly Blackbeard starts chuckling. A chuckle that transforms into full-blown laughter. Zeha. My path is not the right path? Zeha. So what? It's my path and I will not act otherwise for anyone or anything. He throws his hand high. That's what freedom means. Oh. Hector smiles slightly hearing him. So what if I'm not the one destined? Should I accept being a cabin boy to other people because of that? What's wrong with seizing the opportunity? Zeha. Blackbeard laughs and there are even some cheers from the prisoners. Heh, I agree with you a little. Everyone is the main character of their own story. Evolution comes through conflicts. There's a guy that said that no one in the world is born with enemies and that nobody deserves to get hurt. But how can we grow with conflict? What happens when dreams collide? Hector laughs. Zeha. That man is as dumb as a rock. If you have no enemies, you're not even trying. To achieve your dreams, you need to crush other people's dreams. There's not enough for everyone in this world. Blackbeard says laughing. True. And you don't know the other person. What if they destroy you first? The competition never stops. You can be surpassed at any time. You need to constantly improve yourself. Give no chances. Only by being strong, you can defend yourself. Hector agrees with a nod. Zeha. Exactly. What if you steal their money, women, and devil fruit? That means that they didn't have the capability to keep them anyway. Zeha. Blackbeard laughs. Once again dramatically throwing his hand to the sky, he declares, that's what being a pirate means. That's what freedom means. Freedom to take whatever you want if you're good enough. Smart enough. Strong enough. Right, you guys? All the prisoners cheer with him. The man has charisma. A charisma different from Luffy. Hector notices. To reach the top, the tough ones will try to crush each other. To keep themselves on the top, people will crush the ones below them. This is the way the world works since forever. And you, boy, what's your dream? Blackbeard asks. It's strange how Hector and Blackbeard are talking like friends. Being strong enough to relax. Strong enough so that I can go anywhere. Hector reveals the simplified version. Only he knows how deep that dream goes and how hard it is. Ziha, why don't you board my ship too? When we reach the top, you can relax as much as you want and no place in the world will be prohibited to you. Blackbeard offers with a laugh. Hector laughs too. A rare full-blown laugh, mimicking Blackbeard's one in intensity. After that, he releases a sigh. When I was a kid, I wanted to be Luffy. Then I grow to become Blackbeard. He says in a low voice and with a shake of his head. No one knows if he is sighing in disappointment or in resignation or if he is citing to himself ROF himself. The truth is, Hector sees himself in Blackbeard. Wait for the right moment to take the wanted power and then go crazy on the chaos. This is exactly what he did in the BNHA/MHA world. He stands up slowly. It's okay. It's not that bad. Villains are resourceful. They don't have the power of friendship. Don't rely on luck. They achieve their objectives through planning and preparation. No problem in being like a villain. Just remember of having standards. Hector says to himself. He then looks at Blackbeard. I like and hate you, Blackbeard. It's like I'm looking in a mirror remembering that I'm wrong and will eventually fail the Avengers when I try to change the status quo. That the universe favors his chosen ones. That the one above all will be by the side of his children. Only Siko understands a little about the latter half. I refuse your invitation, Blackbeard. Your dream is too small to contain mine. Hector says flatly. He slowly moves to the edge of the platform. There's no problem in telling you. I came for you, Devil Fruit. It will help me grow strong to protect what is dear to me and accelerate the journey of me becoming the strongest. Blackbeard starts to grow serious. This is the moment where our dreams collide. Teach. Hector looks at him with dead eyes. And we fight. He snaps his fingers and many black vortexes made of mist appear on the ceiling. From the vortexes, water starts to pour like a waterfall. This is seawater. Someone shouts after being hit by it. The water is already reaching the calf of the prisoners. Blackbeard looks around in fright and then looks up again to Hector. His eyes meet calm blue eyes, like deep pools. Burgess, of the Blackbeard Pirates, jumps with all his strength. He is ready to deliver a punch at Hector and end this threat fast. Everyone watches the moment when he gets too close and Hector's hand blurs for an instant and the upper half of Burgess's body disappears. Burgess! Hector didn't even blink while Burgess's legs crash on the ground with a wet sound. If you have any trump card, now is the time. Hector says flatly while looking down on them. Siko removes his sword from the scabbard and Makia starts growing in height. Are you gonna die with a smile, Teach? He asks slowly, genuinely curious. Half an hour later, only 3 people left the level 6, leaving behind a lake of red water. Hector takes his time flying to Marineford, the resting Bon Clay at their side. A nice surprise seeing Douglas Bullet there. That means at least semi-canon characters are out there too. Hector comments and then divides himself again. The other Hector flies away to search. Hector then removes some handcuffs from his inventory. A world where a bunch of people has a weakness like that? This is so easy. He smirks before starting to analyze the material. Marineford falls into a pin-drop silence. Akainu's arm just went through the torso of Portgastus. Everyone is shocked by the sudden development. Luffy most of all, holding his dying brother in his arms. It's a heart-aching scene. I don't want to cry again to this again. You guys can stop. A male voice cuts the heavy mood mercilessly. A youngster in casual clothes suddenly appears at the side of the brothers' duo. No one saw how he reached that place. He unceremoniously slaps Ace and a golden light envelopes the dying man. You're not a donut anymore. He says casually, and to everyone's surprise, the hole on Ace's torso closes at a fast rate. Even his back tattoo is untouched. The situation is so ridiculous that no one knows how to act now. Every mouth is agape. The one that shakes off the surprise fist is the Admiral Akai. Who are you? He asks with a frown. Magma boils on his right arm. Damn, you're really tall? Hector doesn't care about him and comments casually while looking up at the man that is almost 10 feet tall. I asked who are you, Bodash. Boom. Akainu is interrupted by a punch in the face that sends him flying like a cannonball. This only works to shock everyone again. The big shots already felt that Hector is strong, but now everyone grew serious by many levels. Era. This became much more complicated. Akiji sighs, scary. Kazur comments Hector ignores everything and opens a hollow screen to risk a line of the list of people to punch and people to save each. He then side glances the huge form of Ors Jr. and notices that's still possible to save the guy. He sends a clone to take care of him discreetly. He closes the hollow screen and looks around. He coughs in his hand to clear his throat and shouts to everyone to hear. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, this is a robbery. Women to the left and men to the right. I will take what I want and then I will leave. Don't resist and no one will get hurt. In this world of pirates, in this war, in this chaos, the man is in his comfort zone. Hello there. Yes, a short chapter. Not feeling very good and the war part is important. I want to do it properly. Just take it as a prologue of the arc. A coincidence really that today has aired the Gear 5. My choice of the world is because is one that many people know. I can't make a worm arc out of the blue. Let's see how this arc goes. Bye. World of Pirates, Part 02 Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. Mark Twain. Recap. After coming back from the JoJo world, Hector makes his preparations for a huge trip to the One Piece world. Arriving at the time of the Marineforce War, he takes advantage of the chaos to acquire many powers in Impel Down and kill Blackbeard. After saving Ace, he is now ready to make his official debut in this world. Subtitle: End of an Era, Dawn of the Devil. Other Hector POV. Moon, calm down, I'm not gonna hurt him more. I try to assure the army of small automatons that are pointing their weapons at me. Understandable really, I'm holding their leader and savior Enel by the neck. The antagonist of the Skypiea arc and user of one of the strongest devil fruits of the series is unconscious in my grip. It was very easy to take him down really, he doesn't know armament hockey. Obviously, my actions arouse the enmity of the small automatons, but I have no intention of hurting the little guys unnecessarily. Seriously, he even looks like Eminem. I will not kill him. I repeat while I copy the Goro Goro no Mi, the Logia fruit of lightning. By the way, I'm curious. Are you guys from the ancient kingdom in the Void Century? High-tech enough to make automatons with personality and travel to space. Interesting. There are even aliens here. The iceberg of One Piece goes deeper than I thought. I ask and comment to myself. I look around in the buildings of this underground city on the moon. Anime watchers only and Skypiea skippers shouldn't know much about Enel and his adventure after his defeat. Skypiea skippers, Piu, I show my disgust to these guys by spitting on the ground. Who the hell skips an entire arc of a manga? Did they really think that because it is out of the Grand Line, it's a filler? In the end, Skypiea becomes the main source of many theories about the fucking end of the manga. And many mysteries of this world. Things that you don't pay attention, or are of no importance, during the Skypiea arc start to gain meaning with the progression of the story. And people lost all of it because they skipped the arc comparing it with a filler. Imagine these people that judge themselves if something is important or not, in another someone's story and skip or read without paying attention and then complain. These ADHD kids really get out of hand sometimes. Anyway, let's look around. Ignoring the fearful little automatons, I see the many murals left behind by the people that lived here. Yes, people lived here. Wing people. The story told on the walls explains that they migrated to the blue planet for some reason. Lunarians? Obvious by the name. They are called gods by the winged people. Like how high elves would have an incredibly ridiculous higher status than normal elves in many fantasy stories. Lunarians went to live on Earth convinced by a certain someone. Joy Boy. And these symbols. The bird of the Kazuki clan. The tree. A whale. Everything is connected. They went to live in the ancient kingdom. It's a pity, right, Roger? For an instant, I'm not in front of a big mural. For an instant I'm in another place, with other people hearing a male voice at my side. A regretful sigh accompanied his words. That's rare. I comment to myself after I'm back on the moon. I shake my head. I'm receiving spoilers. I hold myself back to not think about the end of One Piece and not receiving a spoiler from Roger and Odin's memories, but now that I'm here, it's like I'm being forced to know. This happens because I already assimilated 100% of them. Normally the essence it's not that aggressive with the inheritance of knowledge, as how I like to call it. But it's become hard to suppress the knowledge. My own observations and instinctive deductions and theories bring the memories to the front of my mind, practically slapping it on my like when you throw a rock at a lake and the sand floats. I don't want it. To this day, I still don't know where and what the One Piece is. And all the other mysteries. And sincerely, I don't think I want to know either. It sounds wrong. Will be unsatisfactory. Maybe I should look at it by myself. If I suddenly dream of the truth, I will be mad. I can read the poneglyphs anyway. I can speedrun and become the king of the pirates, hee. I can do this in one day. Nah, maybe next time. From the start. Properly. Third-person POV Marineford. Now, how to approach this? Hector muses his entrance was enough to pause the whole war and gave him the opportunity of assessing the situation. I should prioritize the Akuma no Mis in the hands of the Marines. I can hunt the pirates later and the Shichibukai, 7 warlords, 2. Hector's eyes move from side to side, but I should save Kuma and copy the Paw Paw no Mi too. Top 5 broken powers in this world. He decides while giving a glance to the man that became a cyborg without free will. Sengoku's Buddha fruit is also a top priority because he barely goes out of the headquarters. Even more than the admirals. There are also other powers from other marines like the smoke fruit and that bullshit power from that old woman that can wash people. From the pirates, I only need to take that one. His eyes then move to the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Damn, how that guy is still alive. After scanning the man with his many powers, even Hector is flabbergasted. The man shouldn't be walking, much less fighting. And this is not only about the many wounds that he received during this war, more than half of his organs are in a state of total failure. Can he even use hockey like that? Hector asks himself in surprise. Hockey is fueled by the spiritual energy of a person, and this spiritual energy is directly connected with the body and mind. If you're too tired mentally or with many fatal wounds, it becomes harder to use and keep hockey. And using will only worsen your condition, because you're forcing yourself when you should be resting to recover. No. He should be only using hockey in a small amount of time, the moment when his attack will land. Damn, the man was fully nerfed. Hector sighs. I should go copy his power before he falls dead by a stray bullet or something. Consistency in the durability of characters in One Piece is all crazy. In truth, people's durability in this world is also directly connected with hockey in some way. Everyone has hockey, but only a few know how to use it. But everyone has survival instincts to defend himself in danger. To that people with crazy durability that can tank cannonballs, their minds are putting the conscious effort of defending themselves. And because of that, sometimes these same big shots can be hurt by a simple bullet. Like Odin, he was incredibly exhausted physically and mentally when he was finally executed with a simple bullet. Or when Garp was hurt by an incredibly weak guy like Axehand Morgan because he was taking a nap. That's the reason why any fodder of the Marines can stab Whitebeard with their swords, but he tanked a cannonball in his face. And these fodders must know the basic of hockey too. All this thinking lasted less than a second in Hector's head. Who are you? Ace's voice is still quivering a little from the near-death experience. Not that he was afraid, but mostly because he already accepted his fate and suddenly everything that went through his mind in his last moments are for naught. Me. Hector gestures to himself, smiling a little, seeing Luffy hug Ace with tears and snot on his face. Very comical. A stark contrast to how that situation went in canon. I'm a hero. Hector suddenly declares with a strong voice. He spins on himself fast enough to become a blur, and suddenly he is not Hector anymore, he is Eidolon, in his full suit, with his mantle, white hair, and everything. He stays there posing righteously and heroically, mantle swaying by the wind. There are even some explosions behind him. Sugui. A hero. Luffy and Ace, even a lot of the male pirates and marines exclaims in awe, with his eyes shining. Then Hector spins again and he is back to his normal self, with his casual clothes. The only difference from his day-to-day outfit is that he is not wearing glasses. But I'm on vacation now, so you can call me Hector. He thinks fast and adapts his name. Carvalho-Oak, the translation in Portuguese/br-d. It's a preposition that connects two words in a relationship of subordination, with no real meaning. And he erased the Baluchi, just because he felt like it. I can use the D. I assimilated Gold Roger. Thinking about this. He looks at Ace again, no feeling at all. He shrugs his shoulders, not feeling any connection with his somewhat son. It's still not clear how far the influence of the assimilation goes. He and Thor hit off easily, but it appears that is all on him and no influence of the MC, Loki's card. Well, Roger never met Ace. He thinks, call me daddy? What? Forget about it. He shrugs nonchalantly at this point. Battles are already restarting all around the battlefield. By the way, Hector looks at Ace. Are you a retard? He pushes his finger in Ace's face. Why go back when your win condition is run? He admonishes, that bastard badmouthed Oyaji. I can't let that slide. Ace argues back, and all the people that sacrifice themselves for you, huh? Hector asks, ugh. To this Ace has no response, and everyone that wants you to live, huh? Luffy here, Dayton, Makino, and everyone from the Whitebeard Pirates. Hector doesn't let that slide. Juch. Hector sighs, forget about it. I'm preaching to a wall. You will not stop being who you are because of my words. But I want you to understand the weight of your actions and the cost of your pride. Stupid, retard, baka, matchstick head. Hector punctuates every offense with a strike of his finger in Ace's face. And what about that tattoo? Did you really don't know how to write your own name, Bessie? And you scratched the S instead of erasing it? Stupid. He continues till Ace snaps and shouts back. It's a homage to my childhood friend. I'm not that stupid. The two continue to go back and forth comically while Luffy laughs at the side. Why are you shouting to you benefactor, you ungrateful bastard? No one even taught you good manners? Hector shouts back. Ace suddenly stops. Oh, yeah. He then instantly adopts a polite posture, with his hands at his side, thank you for saving me, and bows his hand in a well-mannered fashion. All the bickering evaporated just like that. Okay, no problem. Hector also let go of the fight and extends his hand. Shaking his head. Ace extends his hand too, for a handshake and, Kachik. Hector puts a sea-stone handcuff on his wrist, blocking his devil fruit powers. Ace's eyes bulge out of their sockets after he understands what has happened. You bastard! He shouts, his face morphing comically. With this, you need to be careful and only run now. Hector says calmly. Ha! Luffy is on the ground laughing now, almost dying from how funny the situation is. Kachik. Hector connects the handcuff to his wrist too. After a second, Luffy registers what happened. You bastard! His face morphs even more comically than Ace's. You are a troublemaker too. Hector declares with a straight face. Jinbe? Ivankov. Hector signals to the ones in the distance. Babysits these guys till they reach the ship. The two big guys finally arrive close to them. The fisherman Jinbe, his anatomy is somewhat new, but nothing that Hector isn't used to. There are weirder in the Morlocks and in the BNHA/MHA world. In truth, Ivankov is weirder than him in Hector's humble opinion. That's a big head. Muji boy. Ace. The two exclaim, now they can't cause trouble if they are tied to each other. Hector is explaining before he pauses and looks to the sky. Yasakani no Magatama? Kazuru, one of the 3 admirals of Marine and the user of the Pika Pika no Mi, light Logia fruit, says hi in the air with his arms crossed. His hands shone in a yellow piercing light. When he finally uncrossed his arms, Uncountable deadly light particles rain down on the location of Hector and the others. All of them prepare to dodge or defend themselves. But Hector only snorts. He extends his hand in front of his body and it looks like the air is distorting. Then all particles that are getting closer appear to avoid him and his group. Using lasers against me? Please. He mocks amused. Do you guys know about refraction? I just need to increase the density of the air and the light will bend by itself. He explains his countermeasure against laser attacks, but if I use the force. Then his hand extends behind his back and he makes a grab motion. All the motes of lights that avoided him and are flying in the air pause like they have been solidified in place. Stopped in time. He then makes an effort of pulling his hand from the back in a throwing motion. I have even more freedom to control your attacks. The motes moved back at high speed like they are going back in time. The many deadly motes of lights travel fast to different buildings and many groups of marines. Hector obviously will not think that the attack will be effective against the user. Wanna try again, Borsellino? Hector makes a "come here" gesture with his index finger at the yellow-clad admiral. How terribling, Kazur says in his usual slow manner. The boy is really a monster. Then suddenly, one of the 8 giants of the giant squad of the Marines moves at Hector with an incredible speed for his size. He swings his huge katana at Hector in a horizontal slash very close to the ground. Clank! A deafening metallic sound echoes when the massive sword clashes against the unprotected body of Hector. And the sword breaks. Hector side glances the giants with a "Are you serious?" look. You all are creating a reputation of cannon fodder to the giant race with your actions? Hector deadpants. Impossible. The giant and many others murmur to themselves. They are the strongest race in the physical aspect. Only losing to certain monsters that defy common sense. The giant is a vice admiral. He knows hockey. And all damage he did was a small cut in Hector's long sleeve. Makia. Hector opens his mouth, the ground becomes dark in a spiral motion. From the ground, a giant arm emerges and grabs the head of the giant that attacked Hector and, boom, smashes it on the ground. Using the giant's head as a support, Gigantomachia slowly emerges from the dark ground. 40 meters tall, dwarfing the other giants. And this is not even his full height. Giants in the world of One Piece normally are between 12-14 m tall. Ors and Ors Jr. of the ancient giants are 60 m tall. Senwan Wolf, the giant that has eaten a devil fruit that can increase his size, is 180 m tall at least. Makia in the BNHA/MHA world could reach 25 meters. This was before Hector gave him MT Lady's quirk of gigantification, that was much more efficient than his own quirk. And Hector also took Senwan Wolf's power 2 in Impel Down and gave it to Gigantomachia. Only the two know how tall Makia can be now. But Hector commented that would be tall enough to make a Godzilla vs. Gigantomachia fight be without suspense to even the most oblivious person. 2 people jumped from Makia's back and landed close to Hector's group. Muji-chan, Bon Clay shouts after landing, throwing his arms into the air, Bon-chan. Luffy responds equally excitedly after seeing the Okama. After a small scene of the two running at each other in an apparent slow-motion fashion and with the sunset in the background, funny because Luffy is dragging Ace by the handcuff, they meet each other in a big hug. Even the other prisoners that escaped from Impel Down are cheering and happy for seeing Bon-chan, that is right now hugging Luffy by the shoulder and doing a celebration dance with their legs synchronized. And Ace was pulled into that too. Even Hector sneaked with the 4 and is hugging Bon-chan too. Selfie time. He used whole body lens to take a picture with them. Siko looks at him strangely, which looks a little out of character to him. To goofy around in a situation like that. But he is simply relaxed and not in danger. What? He asked with a deadpan face after getting out of the group, acting like nothing happened. It was this guy. He lowers the IQ of people around him. Hector says while he pulls Luffy's cheek, ouch. Ouch. It hurts because of the sea stone handcuffs. Hector moves again close to Siko. I will hold the line here. Just go away. He casually shoos Ace and the rest. They prepare to go away, but Jinbe asks before moving, who are you and why are you helping us? Someone as strong as Hector shouldn't be unknown, This doesn't matter. I just don't want Bonchan's sacrifice to be in vain. Hector gives them a smile and a thumbs up. All right. Thank you, Wavy Hair. Luffy didn't think much about it and started escaping with Ace. Wavy Hair? Well, could have been worse. Like Yontoryu. Hector shrugs at the nickname. I thought that you would have finished here already. Siko comments casually at his side, looking around the battlefield and the many fights occurring all over the place. Would have been efficient, but would create some inconveniences. Believe in me, I know. Hector gives a somewhat strange laugh. We still have 3 months. Let's enjoy the journey. He continues, if I go around beating everyone on sight now, I will not be capable of enjoying some food and drink with certain people. He gives a placid smile. Yes, Hector could have simply beaten everyone and tied them and then took their powers and after that moved all the pirates away to a remote island. And simply end this whole war in a second. But he doesn't plan on being sucked by the plot and going into a spiral of problematic situations. And would be many times more problematic than what he did in the BNHA/MHA world. There, he ended the main threat, the people that would create chaos and force the world to change. Then he gave the tools for the change to be slowly implemented without the need of receiving a huge slap from reality. There's order in some way. He would need to create chaos first and force the change in his limited time. And he doesn't know reliable people to trust the future of the world. It can be possible to blame Oda for not giving the full picture to the readers. People still don't know the Revolutionary Army's full motivation, or the reasons or why the world government is like that. The main candidate to be capable of changing the world, Luffy, has not grown yet. So any change would be for naught if no one can't keep it? The good and bad side is hard to figure out in this world. He can only figure out the good and bad individuals. There are good and bad people from both sides and that was the main reason for Blackbeard's demise. Sincerely, we could go away right now, and would not be a big loss. Hector comments. This little time fooling around with Luffy and others was enough for him to register everyone with powers in his search database. He even copied Ace's devil fruit using his stand as a medium. Why Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Mi was taking so long? He asks himself, protagonist power? Did it have some hidden crazy potential? Whatever, I will copy during his training arc. Till Red Hair arrives, let's collect what I can. He then looks at a certain point, Siko following his sight a second late. Took you long enough? Hector allows a smirk to appear on his face a second later. The temperature of the surroundings increases significantly and Akainu emerges from the debris boiling in lava. It's possible to see that the previous attack hurt him considerably because he is bleeding from his head and mouth. Ryusei Kazan. He shouts and shoots many fists of lava in the direction of the retreating group of Ace and the others. A guy that looks like a tough Yakuza shouting the name of his attacks like that? Hector comments casually while the fist of magma flies over him. It really increases the strength of the attack. Siko comments on her own experience. It's because it's good for your concentration. Hector explains and then he moves. He bends his knees a little before he disappears in a blur. In the next moment, he is high in the sky, just below the flying fist of magma. And then he does a bicycle kick. Boom, the air pressure disperses the magma. Smash. He says in a low voice while he lets gravity bring him to the ground upside down. Before he hits the ground, he spins and lands on his feet crouching down. I also have some named moves. Hee. He smiles lightly imagining the face of these people to what he is about to do. He extends his hand to the side and an ownerless saber that was stuck on the ground shooks before it flies to his outstretched hand. Akainu prepares himself for the incoming attack. He is now all boiling lava. Who are you really? Akainu asks seriously. He feels danger. The devil. Hector smirks before he zooms at Akainu at high speed. Be a good dog and sit. Mago. Akainu shoots a piercing magma punch at Hector. Hector pauses in front of him and pulls the saber back in a characteristic way that makes some old-school people on the battlefield widen their eyes. It can't be. Who is that brat? Sengoku and Whitebeard comments in shock with a big grin. Hector slashes, Commissary. using the attack of the King of the Pirates. The attack hits Akainu, sending him flying again. This time he will not stand up to fight in this war. One of the rules of anime. You never mess with a guy in casual clothes. Especially sweatpants and sandals. Hector jokes to Siko, raising his foot to emphasize his point. He then moves fast again and appears above Akainu, stepping on him. The only reason I don't kill you is that liking you or not, you're only doing your job. He says to the unconscious man while his stand copies his power, Siko. Hector waves at her to attract her attention. It's that guy over there. He then points to Mihawk, and Makia, retrieve the body of that giant over there. Hector instructs for now, he will let the war play by itself. In another part of the battlefield, Siko arrives where two men are fighting. Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the world of One Piece, and Vista, the commander of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, are engaged in a sword fight. But it doesn't appear that the two are going all out, they are very casual. Siko bows her head at the two. I'm sorry, it will be rude of me but I'm going to interrupt this fight. She says apologetically. The two swordsmen's side glances at her during a pause. This is what you gain for being the best swordsman in the world, Hawkeye. Everyone wants to try to fight you. Vista laughs good-naturedly seeing Siko's attire and katanas. Are you from Wano, girl? Forget about it now. He's all yours. I'm satisfied already. Vista smiles before jumping away to help in the retreat of his allies. Mihawk eyes Siko with his usual expressionless face. This is not a game, girl. He advises, I know, but if I go away I lose. So why not give it a try? She speaks calmly while removing one of her katanas from the scabbard. Mihawk glances at Hector from across the battlefield. Seeing that you're his companion, you shouldn't be weak, right? How close you're to his strength. He is genuinely interested in Hector. Not even a million of me can compare to him. Siko answers without hesitation. But I will not waste your time. Siko puts a stance. It's simply because he is too strong. To him, those admirals and recruits are very much the same, no difference. So is the two of us. She doesn't talk more and attacks, starting with a very straightforward attack. Mihawk's sword moves before she even gets close, standing in the way of the incoming attack. Good speed and strength. Very well, I will not take it easy. Mihawk declares, swinging his arm and forcing Siko to take a few steps back. And this is what I want. A bloodthirsty grin slowly appears on her lips. Why are you called Whitebeard if you have a mustache? Hector's voice arrives very close to the strongest man's ear. Whitebeard is Shirohige. Shiro equals white and Hige is any facial hair. Beards, mustaches, whiskers. He turns his head around to see Hector sitting on his shoulder like it's normal. And seriously, the food here must be super nutritious so that you guys can grow this tall? Hector continues to talk casually. Brett, what are you doing? Whitebeard asks while swinging his naginata to disperse a platoon of Marines. He can endure Hector's weird antics because he saved Ace, so he just let the man on his shoulder. Right now? Healing you. Aren't you feeling it? Hector answers while looking around the battlefield. His hands connected with Whitebeard's body, healing it slowly and also copying his power, obviously. His words make Whitebeard pause and look at his own hand. He clenches it, trying to feel his own strength. Instead of getting excited, he turns to Hector and asks, Why are you doing this, boy? Hector doesn't answer immediately, because I want. It's what he finally says. A smile grew on his face. I'm only doing what I want. I'm only helping you guys because I like more of your side more than the other side, well except Squard, the guy that stabbed you. I don't like him. Hector says, I wanted to see what will happen if Ace survives. Oh, by the way. Hector then removes something from his inventory. He holds Blackbeard's head and shows it to Whitebeard. This is another guy that I don't like. Teach. He was impelled down to release some prisoners and recruit crew members. Hector explains and throws and puts the head back in his inventory. His body is full of surprises. Hector then continues, No need to think so hard, old man. I wanted to see this war, deal with Blackbeard, save Ace, get my Siko to fight Mihawk, punch a kind? These things. And now, I want to see you fight at your peak. A shit-eating grin emerges on his face while he increases his healing on Whitebeard. This annoying attitude of yours of doing whatever you want without considering other people's feelings, and letting the others clean your mess? And this infuriating smile. Are you Roger's son too? Whitebeard asks. Hector pauses in surprise before laughing out loud. Ha! Oh god no. My father is cooler than him. Hector wipes a tear from his eye. Now, let's stop the talking and go Whitebeard, I choose you. Hector points ahead, to the two big shots approaching them. Sengoku and Garp. Annoying brat. Despite his words, Whitebeard smiles while greetings his old enemies with his fist. Gigantomachia doesn't give a fuck. That's how Hector would describe his personality to someone. The guy has tunnel vision to everything that is related to Hector. If Hector said him to grab Ors Jr., he will go grab Ors Jr., even if he needs to step in everything in his path. Many Marines, from captains to vice admirals, tried to stop him, but he casually bitch-slapped everyone away. Hector from his place on Whitebeard's shoulder watches this. I need to deal with this tunnel vision of his. He is too straightforward. People can take advantage of that. Hector thinks before his attention is turned yet again to Whitebeard's fight galaxy. Garp jumps and pulls his fist back to release his attack, another named move. Okay then. I deal with that, old man Detroit. Hector says, raising his fist. Impact. He punches Whitebeard down, trying to force the man on his knees. Smash. Hector uppercuts the attack with his own. The impact of the two moves creates a shockwave that can be felt through the whole battlefield. Hector doesn't follow with any attack, he is only giving the minimum of help. He is making excuses to balance this war to not end that early. He wants to give time to Siko to have her fun, and he is still eyeing Sengoku's Buddha fruit and Kuma's pause fruit. It appears that you're the main target now. No, they're aiming at you from the beginning. Hector comments while Whitebeard's Naginata, coated in his own tremor powers, met Sengoku's palm. The fleet admiral is now fully transformed into a giant golden Buddha. Now that Ace escaped, they want to keep you here at least? And Garp never wanted Ace to die anyway. This is like his reparation. Hector concludes. Whitebeard snorts at his comments. Oh, I see. You never planned to leave this place alive, huh? Hector eyes the Yonka. Trying to end grandly, old man? Once again, Whitebeard does not answer. I can save you. Heal your sickness. Give you some yadash, Hector starts saying but is interrupted, and you will continue to do it forever? Whitebeard asks simply, cutting him off. Everyone needs to die one day. I'm glad that I can go this way. I couldn't ask for more. Whitebeard says with determination, a grin growing on his face. Hector sighs. How are the people of this world and being cool? It's on the food too? The rule of cool. Hector even opens a window on his vision to add Whitebeard's name to his list of no one is born cool except Bonchan, a creator of Mediafire, Danny DeVito, Dogs, Uncle Iroh, Sakamoto. Click to show more. Jokes aside, Hector is really impressed with Whitebeard. Accepting his ending is not something Hector can do for now. He gives up on saving Whitebeard and allows the man to die of his own free will. Isn't this the most important thing in this world? Freedom. Whitebeard will die opening a path to the new generation and to his sons. You can rest assured, old man. I will protect you people for a while after you're gone. Hector promises seriously the payment for the Gura Gura no Mi, the Gura Gura no Mi that he just finished copying. He hops off Whitebeard's shoulders. I stopped healing you, old man. In truth, I predicted your answer, and more like suppressed and stabilized your condition. Your life expectancy is shit right now. Go die. Hector then looks at Sengoku, but I will take a little of your burden. He cracks his knuckles before advancing at the giant golden Buddha. Now, he can act a little without unbalancing the battlefield. Sengoku meets the advancing Hector with a palm that sends golden shockwaves at him. Hector resists the urge to meet the shockwaves with his new tremor powers and simply punches with his haki casually. The collision makes Sengoku stumbles backward a little. Hector smirks, seeing that your home advantage becomes a disadvantage very quickly. Fleet Admiral. Brat. Sengoku pulls back his fist and punches at Hector. The attack that was even stronger than before was caught by Hector's much smaller hand. The ground cracks, the shockwave makes people from far away fall on the ground, and buildings tremble, but Hector doesn't budge. First, I need to apologize. I underestimated your guys. Hector comments lightly before putting his other palm in Sengoku's fist and then with an adapted Aikido move spinning the giant Buddha off the ground. Hector didn't watch or read the second part of Wano arc, so he really didn't know the power level of the people at the top of the One Piece world. He is surprised that these guys would be capable of holding their ground even in Marvel. With strength and speed that would make many street-level heroes on the dust. Maybe even easily defeat normal Asgardians? Always thought that the max here would be Small Island level, with a strike strength of more or less 50 gigatons joules. But these guys that I know are holding back can probably reach on the teratons level. Hector analyzes, it's not only Whitebeard and some special devil fruits that have great destructive power. It's also necessary to remember that lifting strength is different from striking potency. And yes, they're holding back. That's what Hector was talking about, home disadvantage. Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, the admirals and some of the Shichibukai, all of them have the ability to destroy the island where they are in. But none of them are using their full power. On Whitebeard's part, it's because of his crew's presence. He is slowly showing more and more amazing feats of strength, conforming his people evacuate. It's funny to think that the environmental destruction would be bigger with fewer people. Or if it was a 1-on-1 duel. Hector kicks the still-spinning Sengoku away, and he hits a building. Hector follows closely, jumping high and diving down on Sengoku's chest, his right foot first. Come on, you need to put more spirit behind it. Look how dangerous I am. If I leave this place, the whole world will be at risk. Hector mocks. Sengoku grunts in annoyance and tries to squash Hector like a mosquito with his two hands. Once again, Hector casually stopped it, putting a horse stance and blocking with his two hands in each direction. Doing half-assed things like that is what got Rosinante killed, you know? You have a spy from Da flaming in your midst. Hector comments like he is just talking about the weather, exclamation point. But a look of pure anger and surprise appears on Sengoku's face. He increases the pressure on Hector on many folds. Hector raises his foot and smashes the man's chest before jumping away. Ha! That's more like it. He laughs before spinning and goes for another bomb dive. This word on your back still has some meaning, or is it simply to look edgy and cool? Like a bike gang? Hector stomps Sengoku's chest again. Everyone has a bad trait. A certain thing that annoys the others. Some munch too loudly, others walk too slowly, some are obnoxious, others are simply mean. Hector also has a bad side. He is incredibly talented in being an asshole. This even makes him question his own morals. He needs to put effort into being a good person, but he is good at being bad. He is simply a master in trash talk. Loki, the BNHA/MHA world, and others suffered under his venomous tongue. Devasti will answer that he will. Jokingly say that he is Brazilian, the most toxic race on the internet. And he can't even blame his assimilations. He was like that even before coming to Marvel. In online games are where his talented flourished. Why don't you make me a favor and go 0 to 1 IRL? You played well. 2 out 10 inch. Impressive. A pity that your parents are siblings, now with an even more sharp mind and meta-knowledge. It's simply too easy to aim where it hurts. Finally, taking it seriously, huh? Go all out, old man. If you're cold-blooded enough to sit on the same table as the killer of your supposed adopted son, you can sacrifice some soldiers, right? He smirks. His provocation easily makes Sengoku's forehead veins jump. As a side note, maybe this is why Hector gained Shago on the first gacha. They are similar in this aspect. Hector dodged a huge attack. Sengoku going all out made even the clouds move away a little. The fact that Hector is still in the air allowed him to let loose too. Wow. Impressive, so you can shoot the shockwaves too. And here I was thinking that you're just a good dog of the world, nobles? I mean, if you can look away to the lives of the many slaves suffering under the Tenryubitos, I don't see why you're worried about your soldiers. Hector let himself fall on the ground before dodging another attack. Can you only use shockwave attacks? I'm getting bored. Hector rolls his eyes in truth. It's too much effort for him to explore and discover the potential of all of his powers. So letting the guy show what he can do before taking it is a good strategy. Whatever. He sighs before getting a little more serious. He disappears from Sengoku's vision, reappearing high in the air. It's something like that, right? He asks, pulling his arm way back behind his body. His conqueror's haki concentrating in front of his fist, you coalesce it not in your fist per se, but in front of it and then releases in the moment of the impact. Hector punches. Sengoku and many other people's eyes widen in shock. He is using Garp's galaxy impact after only seeing it one time. The attack creates a dome-like shockwave, forming a huge crater and scattering people and debris everywhere. Who needs a Sharingan when you have Yujiro Hama's talent, a good enough vision to see even the smallest detail, and such control over your body that you can move individual strands of hair? When the dust settles, it's possible to see Sengoku back to his human form sprawled on the ground. Still conscious, but wheezing and struggling. Hector is standing on his chest, his right hand raised in the air in a victory pose, flawless victory. He says without any emotion. Zoans are really impressive. He thinks while keeping Sengoku restrained using telekinesis. Seeing the fleet admiral, the highest marine rank, defeated is a huge blow to the morale of the rest of the justice fighters. You dash. Sengoku struggles under Hector's control but to no avail. Just stay put for a while, I really don't want dash. Hector is talking with him before something attracts his attention. Not only his attention but the attention of a lot of people. Hector turns his head and a huge grin splits his face. Success. Some minutes earlier Siko and Mihawk's duel continues without any real heat. The two are not fighting to the death. Mihawk didn't see Siko as a threat either. But Siko also is not using any power gifted by Hector. You are fast. Mihawk says as a matter of fact while casually redirecting an attack to the side. And you're strong. Siko answers while continuing to press forward. He is ahead of me in haki and in the physical aspects. She thinks on Mihawk's side. He looks at his slightly trembling hand after defending against an attack. She is growing stronger as the fight goes on. He then finally grabs his Yuri with his two hands and makes a stance. I'm going to attack now. You have potential. Try surviving. He says before he disappears. Appearing behind Siko, he already attacked and cut her. Siko then disperses on mist. A good technique. Mihawk praises, already attacking a certain spot. Half a second later Siko appears there to counterattack, but this time she needs to defend in a hurry. Siko is sent skidding through the ground by the strength of the blow before she can stop herself. You have a good foundation on haki, but you didn't train it for long, right? Mihawk asks, for how long you're training haki? He can see through her clearly, 2 months. Siko doesn't hide anything. Mihawk eyebrows raise in a rare show of surprise. You're also very young, right? 17. I see. You probably are the most talented person that I met in my years, but sometimes this is not enough. Mihawk puts a fighting stance again. Let me teach you a harsh lesson. His face grows incredibly serious. It looks like he is going for the kill. The people close all sent a chill down their spine. But in his mind he already decided to spare Siko after a reality check. This is the last chance to use the other swords. He comments giving a glance to the other 2 swords on her waist. I met a man that uses 3 swords too, some time ago. Siko doesn't back down from his intimidation. I only use 1 at a time. I'm not looking down on you, but... She caresses the pommel of the swords on her waist. 1 silver and 1 red. One is unfair and the other is only to when I really want to kill the enemy. She comments. Mihawk notices that there's something more but decides to let the matter rest. Without saying anything more, Mihawk attacks. He disappears from his spot. Siko is already raising her sword, blocking the diagonal slash. No, halfway she decides that will be better to redirect the slash. She rotates her wrist to make Mohawk's sword go way above their heads. She grabs the chance and enters his personal space to stab him. The situation looks perfect to her. The big and heavy sword will surely take time to bring back and be used to defend. She is also aiming at his waist, a point where it will be hard for him to move on from his actual stance. But Mihawk. He blurs again and suddenly is 2 feet away from her, the perfect distance for Yoru to simply go down and cleave her in two. And he is already swinging down. Siko raises her own sword horizontally to block. Haki coating not only her sword, but her arms to her shoulder. Even so, she is forced to one knee by the blow. He can see much farther in the future. And he moves that thing like it weighs nothing. It would very well be a rapier from how he moves. She thinks while she finally starts using some trump cards. The Demon Slayer mark covers from her neck to her cheek. The sudden burst of strength is enough to catch Mihawk unprepared and Siko gets off from the perilous situation. With a clank they separate themselves again. This exchange happened in a split of a second and the battle only gets faster from now on. To a bystander, they can only see the green and purple flash of their attacks. Siko tries techniques of the mist breathing style, and some of her own creations, practically dancing around Mihawk while he stays in the same spot, defending and counterattacking. Even if he is the one surrounded by the flurry of attacks, he is the only one pressuring the other party. To Siko it's frustrating, and equally exhilarating, seeing the difference in strength and techniques. She is still not using any power, but even so, she will not give excuses. On one side, seeing Mihawk's superior swordsmanship shows that the path ahead is still long and she will enjoy trailing it. But for another, even with Hector's help, she is still weaker and less skilled than another swordsman. The rational part of her brain that would argue about her not using meta powers, or the difference in ages, is now quiet, being pushed to the back seat to her desire of getting stronger. Stronger to stay by Hector's side. Stronger to not be a burden. She received so much from him, she can't let it all be a waste. She exhales. A breath of hot air, in this icy field made by Akiji, escapes her mouth. Her eyes focused like never before, but there was something weird with them. They look blank. It's a weird dichotomy. Like she has laser focus on the opponent in front of her and at the same time she is looking at something else. Beyond. Mihawk, different from Zoro, is not her final destination. She will reach much farther. She is looking at it. At her true objective. At her finish line. Her movements get frantic. Her blows faster and stronger. She is seeing the future much better than before. Her strength is greater than before. Her haki and aura flow faster than before. But that is not the most incredible change. Mihawk's future sight starts diverging. Something is wrong. He thinks while going to block a strike from Siko only to notice that she never attacked at that place. Mihawk is surprised by the second time by Siko. Her sword is already approaching his neck. His eyes grow even more serious and he doesn't hold back in the next instant. He moves to intercept and counter it. The future shows that he will succeed. Siko noticed that too. She feels her defeat closing around her. No. Just a little more. A little more. She feels like she used everything at that instant and she presses forward. Mihawk feels like his neck has been cut. Clank, a loud metallic sound is heard during the exchange and the two combatants separated themselves from each other. Many people around the battlefields turn to pay attention to the conclusion of the fight, especially after what they felt at that instant. The world goes still for a moment before Siko holds the side of her stomach. Between her hip and ribs blood suddenly splurts like a fountain. I lost. She says weakly. Hyper-regeneration starts to kick in, closing the wound. And to think that she wanted to refuse this power from Hector, saying that would dull her blade. In the end, she depended on it to live. Mihawk is unscathed and slowly turns to look at her. So you also have it? Conqueror's haki. Mihawk comments exactly. What brought the attention of many people at this last bout was Siko suddenly emitting her Conqueror's haki. It was nothing grandiose like Luffy's one, but there's no doubt. In the moment of her attack, she unconsciously exerted that. On the other side of the battlefield, Hector suddenly laughs and jokingly says, all according to Kik. Yes, Siko's awakening of Conqueror's haki was on Hector's plans. One of the objectives for this trip to the One Piece world is to put Siko in situations that can make her potential as a swordswoman flourish. And as a side note, awaken her Conqueror's haki. Anyone that is accompanying the manga of One Piece knows how important Conqueror's Haki is now. It's the dividing line between the top fighters to the rest. Something so useful that will kick up a notch the fighting capabilities of anyone that have it. And obviously, Hector wants Siko to have it. She loves to fight, so Hector would do everything in his power to help her. The problem lies that Conqueror's Haki can't be learned. It's something innate in the individual, reserved for the ones with great ambitions in the world of One Piece. And Siko is a modern JK, Japanese high school student. The chances of her having the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki is low to none. The literal translation of Haki is ambition. This meaning is more accentuated on the most important type of Haki, the Haki of the Supreme Ruler, the ones that had a predisposition to do anything to reach the top of the world on their own path. Conqueror's Haki is ambition, intention, desire. It's not for nothing that this power awakens in moments when the user wants something very badly. Save someone, surpass their limits. Hector predicted that if something could ignite the spark of ambition and desire to get even stronger in Siko, would be a little spar with the strongest swordsman in this world. But all this plan would rely on the fact that she would have the predisposition to be a supreme ruler. If not, would be for nothing. But there's always a way to cheat, Hector, and the answer is the assimilation process. Hector waited for the last gacha to make this trip for many reasons, and one of them was him hoping for a strong-willed battle maniac character to give to Siko. Anyone would work. And the gacha gave Miyamoto Musashi from Baki. It is simply perfect. Kakushibu was plan B, by the way. Now, even if Siko doesn't have Conqueror's Haki innately, there's a higher chance of Miyamoto having the latent potential to awaken it. And thus, Siko gained it. Hector himself doesn't know if he has it or if his Conqueror's Haki came from his assimilated characters. In Baki, Miyamoto even has an iconic move called imitation cut, where his opponents feel like they had been cut by him without him even doing anything. Attacked only by his intention. That's why Mihawk was feeling that he has been cut, even though he was not. Siko's intention and desire to cut him overflowed, putting her on the stage as the king candidates. When, and not if, she masters the advanced form of Conqueror's Haki, her strength will increase several-fold. Mihawk's eyes stop on the panting Siko before he looks down at his hand. There, a cut piece of his collar. If he was a little slower, his neck would have been cut. It's interesting to note that if Siko used overclock or her other powers at that moment, she would have won this fight. But she would not be satisfied. Exploring an opening that way, she can accept that she is weaker in swordsmanship than this man. Mihawk suddenly looks up and frowns. Bright yellow light illuminated this section of the battlefield. Oh, there's another little monster here, Kizur comments a little high in the air. His finger pointed at Siko before he shoot a laser beam at her head. Mihawk moves fast. With a wave of his sword, the air in the trajectory of the laser is affected and the attack was redirected and dispersed. Who gave permission to you interfere in my fight? Mihawk asks flatly, sword in hand. Oi oi, but here I thought that the fight already ended. I can end her for you, if you are feeling tired, Hawk, Kizur says while acting clueless and inoffensive. If I were you I would worry about your own fight. Mihawk says without moving a muscle. But when his word leaves his mouth the space trembles. What are you thinking you're trying to do? Firefly. Hector spats, his voice cutting the battlefield. A great amount of bloodlust assaults Kizuru, making him pause and turn to the source. Still standing on top of Sengoku, Hector stares at Kizuru with an icy face. From his palm, a 2-meter stony spike started to be formed. Mess with someone from your size. Hector grabs the spike and makes a throw stance, King Crimson. He mutters under his breath. The world changes from his perspective. The spike leaves his hand at high speed, heading straight toward Kizuru. During the erase time of King Crimson, Hector can't hurt anyone. It is one of the weaknesses of this power. But to compensate for it, everyone's awareness is reduced. It's like they're on autopilot. Like when Bucchiarati continued to punch the space where Diavolo is even after the King Crimson user already moved out of the way during the erase time. Hector theorizes that only someone with a high level of spiritual awareness, cosmic sense, or something like that, would be capable of being fully aware of what is happening during King Crimson. Unfortunately, observation haki can't help completely. Hector can simply erase the future that Kizaru saw. Hector watches the spike fly. To use this power at 100% you need to have good timing. The world goes back to normal, and when Kizaru centers himself the spike is already stuck on his shoulder. Not losing momentum, the spike carries him to a building, nailing him at it. Sea stone. Kizaru feels his strength waning. His mind was confused. How could he had not seen that coming? An unavoidable attack? That's a complete mockery to all fighters out there. Kizaru tries to free himself from the sea stone spike stuck on his shoulder when he feels weight being put on it. He looks up to see Hector's tiptoes landing on the spike, balancing himself on only one leg, while the other is pulled behind him in an iconic pre-kick pose. I noticed that you like to go around beating the people weaker than you, but did you ever have been kicked at the speed of light yourself? Hector looks down on him before his leg blurs and the point of his foot is buried on Kizaru's face. Like it has been cut by a sword, the building where Kizaru is stuck is divided in two. A clear horizontal line starting from where the back of Kizaru's head touched the building emerges before the upper part of the building is thrown into the air in smaller parts, like debris and dust. Hector removes his foot from Kizaru's face, analyzing the man. People here are really durable here. He comments. If Hector didn't purposefully disperse a huge part of the impact of the attack in the building, Kizaru would be dead. Alas, Hector still wants the Pika Pika no Mi. But the damage that Kizaru suffered is still smaller than what Hector predicted. He really wanted to cripple the guy permanently. But he will recover. His face will be forever destroyed, the brain and retina suffered some damage, will be hard to breathe. But he will not be a vegetable like Hector wanted. Whatever. Consider yourself lucky. Hector shrugs before commanding Mr. Blue Sky to grab Kizaru's head and start copying his power. Slowly Hector turns his head to the now incredibly silent battlefield. His eyes prying over his shoulder, all the playfulness that the people already affiliated with him gone. Then the greatest conqueror's haki display shown today, maybe from the whole history of the One Piece world, is exuded from Hector. The clouds are practically shoved kilometers away from Marineford before they are sucked back into a vortex, darkening the sky. The sea also goes still for a moment before suddenly becoming turbulent. The group of unaffiliated pirates that are only watching the war from a distance fell into trouble with the huge waves, almost as much as Whitebeard used his devil fruit. Interestingly enough, no one fell unconscious. Such fine control that Hector pressured everyone differently with his haki, but even if they aren't knocked down, that doesn't mean that they are unscathed. My neck. Arg. Captain from the Marines clutches his neck while he falls to his knees. Arg. Another one covers his eye. Another crouches down like it has been hit in the stomach. All around Marineford, people experience similar circumstances, except for a select few. See, Siko? You can do things like that too with conquerors. Filter down the challengers. It's not anyone that can meet a supreme king head-on after all. Hector explains slowly, even from the distance his voice reaches her. This stage is only for those with enough determination and willpower. Hector didn't knock anyone unconscious. He did something different. He fused his battle intent with his bloodlust. Such overwhelming is his haki that people had hallucinations of Hector killing/defeating them. For an instant, they saw him cut their neck, slap their head out of their bodies, carve their hearts out, and another 1,000 scenarios. All of them show what would happen if they stand in front of this man for a fight. Hector showed the result, without the need to go through the process. And this defeated them. Most of the victims stay on the ground with a blank stare, all the will to fight left their bodies. Oda was once asked why rarely people die on One Piece. Most of the villains that Luffy fought are still alive and very good. Wouldn't this be a problem? Oda answered that is unnecessary because they already lost the Battle of Wills. In this world, this is tremendously important. Gecko Moria is a prime example of what can happen to someone that lost their will. It will be difficult to recover. And if they recover? Then you fight again, because you can only reach the top after facing these challenges properly. Another reason why Kaido didn't kill Luffy and Kid and tried to break their will. If he succeeds, he will never have to worry about them again. If not, he will have another challenge to get closer to the top. And even if he dies because he spared them, well, it's his objective anyway. Ending his path one way or another. Hector scoffs, seeing the result of his attack. That was the first time that he tried something like this on a large scale. He only used that to scare criminals before. Defenders of justice, they said. You guys are remembering me of the heroes that just want to be famous and have no backbone. He comments. It can't blame them after all. The guy is simply ridiculously off the charts. I eased the way to the pirates even more now. He comments on seeing the evacuation process. The low-level Marines that are fighting against the pirates escaping gave up, only the high-ranked get their bearing and continue the fight. But they are being stopped by the strong pirates, thus leaving the path open to the vast majority of the low-level crooks to escape. If not for Sengoku's plans to trap the pirates and the pacifistas, all of Whitebeard's pirates would have escaped after this show of hockey. Let's speed up a little. He thinks before pointing to the ocean with his index and middle finger. Then he rotates his wrist, making his fingers point to the sky. Accompanying his movements, a huge pillar of water shoots from the ocean and unnaturally starts heading to Marineford. It's at least some kilometers wide and is rotating at a high speed. This. Someone gasps. Controlling the sea. Another one shouts in surprise. Is this guy really the devil? Being this strong, having strange abilities, controlling the sea, making sea stone of his body. It is not a surprise that people would think that Hector is some sort of evil deity. This is on his calculations when he appeared. He even presented himself like that to Akainu. Sometimes knowing things incompletely is more confusing than knowing nothing at all. It's a good strategy to confuse the people of this world. Let them guess and fail. At this moment, Akiji jumps high in the air and uses his powers to freeze the pillar of water. A sigh is heard at his side while he is falling again to the ground. I knew that you would be the one to stop it. Come on, man, this is too easy. Hector appears out of thin air, his hand already stretched at Akiji. Akiji reacted fast. With a wave of his hand, the icy mist is released. In Hector's general direction in an AoE cone attack. After a second, when a gust of wind removes the icy mist, a huge iceberg with a frozen Hector on the tip was revealed. Akiji narrows his eyes before he shows an expression of surprise. A sea stone spike is already stuck on his shoulder. Thank you for the statue, it's very cool. He hears Hector's voice behind him. I know that you like sleeping so. And then he felt pressure on his head and finally darkness. 2 moves. All 3 admirals from the Marine are defeated in 2 moves each. Hector lets himself fall to the ground, holding Akiji by the neck. He calmly looks around the battlefield. The people nearby practically are scared witless by his presence. Whitebeard is engaged in a fierce fight with Sengoku and Garp. They really want to keep the guy here to make all this fiasco worth something. Whitebeard practically split the island in half to block people to pursue his crew. He really is planning on staying behind. Hector looks at his actions for a second before he sighs. People here are blockheads. With this I took all high-ups from the Marines that I can. Should I go for the lower ranks now? Smoker is there. He thinks to himself, nope, not a priority. The priority now is. His head turns to a certain position and he disappears again. In a somewhat hidden corner of the battlefield, obstructed by all the destruction and smoke, 3 Shichibukais are present. Doflamingo, you bastard! Gecko Moria groans while sprawled on the ground. Pinned by 2 pacifistas and being looked down on by other 2 fellow Shichibukai, his situation is precarious. Fufihi, don't blame me. You're far too weak to be part of one of the Shichibukai. Doflamingo says while crouched down on the roof of a building. Bartholomew Cumin, now turned a cyborg, stays impassive closely. Accept your epithet, fell into battle. Much better than executed by the government, right? Fufufu, Doflamingo chuckles. Who set you up in doing this? Sengo dash, Moria was gonna ask before being interrupted by the sudden arrival of Hector. Still holding Admiral Akiji like a ragdoll, Hector looks around. Oh, are you guys doing some kinky shit here on the corner? Don't mind me. Hector says lightly, but the mood of the other two dampened instantly seeing him. Da flaming face shows a rare serious expression. And Moria? Puff he simply exchanged place with his shadow and went away. Hector raises his eyebrows seeing even Moria's shadow scared of him and slowly creeping away. Joke's on you, you're already registered on this search database. Hector turns to the other Shichibukai. I'm gonna take Kuma away. Are you gonna stop me? Hector declares casually. Fufu. Doflamingo shows some surprise before chuckling. He then raises his hand in the air in a sign of surrender. Fufu. Do whatever you want. Doflamingo decided to stay out of the way. No need to antagonize the guy that can defeat the admirals like they are children. He is alone on this battlefield after all, without his people. Hector eyes him for an instant before looking at Kuma and starts walking at him calmly. Be careful, he is programmed to defend himself. Phew phew. Doflaming warns, good-naturedly. Hector doesn't comment, keeping his eyes on Kuma. When he reaches close enough, Kuma adopts a sumo stance, one hand ahead of the other, head to strike. Doflamingo pay attention at the confrontation. When Hector gives step too close to the giant man, he and Kuma disappear from their respective spots. And Hector reappears a split second later, some meters ahead. A green marble between his fingers. If someone paid attention enough, it would be possible to see a mini Kuma there. Success. I was afraid that he would touch himself and teleport away. Hector thinks before turning his head slowly to Doflamingo. Some tense seconds go by before Hector looks away and disappears. Doflamingo releases a huge breath and cleans some sweat from his forehead. He was spared because Hector still hadn't decided how much he will interfere. And him being an underworld broker, maybe if Hector gives him some time he can acquire more devil fruits. He is different from Blackbeard. Teach didn't establish any power, killing him now makes no waves in the world. Dealing with Doflamingo does. It needs to be done properly. So he will continue to prance around, for now. Hector now is casually dismantling a pacifista. He tossed Akiji aside after copying his power. He likes the guy, but now they're enemies, so no need to treat him in a special way. That was his choice. When you open some doors, others are closed. Now he is an enemy of the Marines and the world government. He understands what his actions can bring. It's almost over. He comments while crouched down on a pacifista chest. The fight between Whitebeard and the rest is waning down. The two parties are very tired. Hector then looks down at the open robot. Vegapunk is not so bad. A little too much steampunk. No pun intended. But he is really a genius. I would say some steps below Reed more than Stark. Considering what he has to work, Hector analyzes another scientist's work pretty accurately. This here is a little similar to those automatons on the moon. So he has the technology of the Void Century. Lacks a reliable energy source of energy, and those lasers are based on the Pika Pika no Mi. He is working with what he has on his hands, which means he has some deep work on the devil fruits. Hector continues to reverse engineer the pacifista. If this guy is evil, this world is doomed. Vegapunk is one of the great mysteries of One Piece that Oda keeps close to his chest. As how Hector couldn't read beyond Wano, he can only guess what type of man Vegapunk is. He is dangerous. It's his conclusion. He can fuse devil fruits with inanimate objects, copy properties of some fruits like the lasers, and even replicate some powers. With time this world is his. Would not be a stretch to say that he can probably give himself devil fruit powers. Hector frowns. Maybe he is more than a scientist and is in truth super strong. I will be careful when I approach him. Or her. I would not put beyond Oda to make the character a woman. He likes to subvert expectations. Hector is hit by a strong gust of wind and turns to pay attention to the main stage of this war. In the middle of Marineford, Whitebeard pants while he supports himself on his naginata. After a huge breath, he straightens himself at full height again and stares at his opponents. He can't even use haki anymore, his mind and body are drained. If not for Hector, direct and indirect, help he wouldn't have last this longer against Sengoku and Garp, that are in a much better shape than him. And at this moment of unavoidable defeat, Whitebeard smiles. Gurara. He is satisfied. His family it's already all evacuated. From a distance, he can hear shouts pleading to him to come too. Some trying to rush to help him, but these are being held by others of the crew. I'm sorry my sons. That's where I left you all. Without me, you all can go and become the ones that you meant to be. He thinks resignedly. A large tree can protect someone but also take away their spot under the sun. No parent should outlive their children. Whitebeard smiles again. Sengoku, you look very desperate to keep me here. Don't worry, I will not run. He declares strongly. Sengoku eyes the man cautiously. Are you so afraid of that, Sengoku? Whitebeard smirks. Of that era that Roger predicted? Gururara. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth that I still get caught on that bastard rhythm, but so be it. Whitebeard continues to smirk. You can't kill everyone in the world, Sengoku. While people live they will crave the truth. Seek freedom. Sengoku eyes start to widen. You bastard. Stop. He starts moving, but he is also exhausted. Whitebeard took a huge breath and shout at the top of his lungs, the One Piece. Everyone pauses to listen to him. Is this good enough, Roger? Is real? His voice cuts the whole battlefield, silencing everyone that is witnessing this moment. Can W get much higher? Everyone except one music cuts the silence, so high, ooh. Slowly people turn to look at the source of the sound, finding Hector with a huge speaker blasting this song. The thing is 5 meters tall at least. Everyone from the lowest marine to Whitebeard and Sengoku looks at him a little speechless. Even Siko that was approaching him looks at him weirdly before moving away a little, like she doesn't want to be associated with him, but smiling fondly at his antics. Hector pauses like he is a child that was caught doing something bad. His eyes move around and then he turns abruptly and explodes the speakers brutally, smashing them to bits. He even is panting slightly when he turns around, passing his fingers through his hair. Sorry, I would never forgive myself if I lost the timing. He coughs in his hand in embarrassment. In my head, would be funnier. You guys can continue. He tries to play it off. But the mood was already destroyed. Damn, but I had chills when he said the line. Thor. Hector trembles a little. Whitebeard sighs. He is used to weird people. He slowly closes his eyes and starts reminiscing about the past. Looking back, he has no regrets regarding his journey and his ending. I'm sorry my sons. He was thinking before being interrupted. Oi oi, old man. Are you gonna die now? Hector's voice is heard from below him. A vein almost pops off Whitebeard's forehead. Brat, what do you want? I decided to take you out here. Hector says. Whitebeard's lips purse. Annoyance colors his mien. Didn't I already declared my final say? Whitebeard hits his naginata on the ground to emphasize that he is angry. Hector doesn't flinch in front of the fury of the strongest man in this world. And I thought about that. Hector crosses his arm around his chest, and I decided to ignore your decision. He acts almost petulantly. This time Whitebeard's eyebrows twitch. If he has the strength he would punch Hector's face with his devil fruit. Hector at this moment looks really like Roger to Whitebeard. Oh, old man. You had your grand finale as a pirate. Be happy. I'm taking you away. Hector then whistles with 2 fingers in his mouth. The space above Marineford shifts and something big gets off camouflage. A pirate ship is flying in the air above them. Even if still keeps the pirate style, is highly technological. Without sails, mostly black with some details of white and gold. In golden bold letters it can be read on the side of the ship, Forward unto Dawn, with the word Dawn being emphasized. This is Dawn version 0.4. An all-purpose spaceship created by Hector utilizing as a base Cortana blueprints and shield helicarrier. It was created by Hector exclusively for this world, mostly to show off. The real Forward unto Dawn, Hector's personal spaceship, is a little more impressive, and is in the hangar of the Zeta space station in the Marvel world. All around people are flabbergasted seeing the flying spaceship. Some have a thought passing through their minds. There's the legend of the ancient weapons. One of them is a ship capable of destroying an entire island. Could this be? Heavy-ho! Hector grabs Whitebeard telekinetically and starts floating to the ship. Siko starts jumping in the air till she reaches the top of Dawn. Makia! Wait till I call you! Hector shouts at Makia. A huge portal appears close to the two giant men and Makia starts to drag Ors Jr. away with him. What you are thinking you are doing, brat? Whitebeard asks angrily from his position of being manhandled. Relax, I will respect your wishes. Somewhat. I'm not gonna save you. Hector rolls his eyes. I know how bothersome it is to try to save someone that doesn't want to be saved. Hector says, today is the day that the pirate Whitebeard dies. He dies in a pretty cool way. Standing against powerful foes, protecting his crew, his last words reignited the flames of the pirate era. The perfect end for him. But, Hector pauses, I will give you a proper ending, old man. A fitting end to the man, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard scoffs, what a brat that doesn't even have hair on his chest know about me? Well, a lot really. Hector says flatly, but I think that a man that values family more than treasures or the throne of Pirate King would be happy to die differently. Hector concludes, in his bed, surrounded by his children. You have some cool last words to the world. Didn't you have none to your children, old man? Hector side glances him. You have your pride. That never running away shit. Sorry if I'm making you go against your own beliefs, but I think that in the face of truly important things, your pride is the first thing you should discard. Whitebeard sighs, you're not gonna listen to anything I say, right? He is convinced, nope, Toretto. Nothing is more important than the family. Hector doesn't hesitate to answer. They finally landed on the ship's deck. Hector looks down on Marineford. Bye Sengoku. Relax, Whitebeard is dead. You guys didn't leave empty-handed. Behave, if not I will come back. Tell you gods that the devil is around, ready to punish some unruly children. Hector waves at them like old friends saying goodbye. At this point, most of the pirates are already leaving the port of Marineford. Dawn then moves fast at the port. Hector looks over the edge of the ship at the other pirates below. I meet you guys some kilometers northwest. Bye, suckers. Hector shouts at Marco and the others, and then Dawn goes at hypersonic speed and disappears on the horizon. He really brought it only to show off. The war has ended. This war that will be known as the War of the Best, or the Prelude of the Dawn of the Devil, ended with a clear loser. The pirates are now escaping, not only the bunch that participated in the war, but also those that come to watch this from a distance to witness this historic event. Many pirate ships disperse at the four winds. The Marines can't follow them. And high in the air, one Hector slowly floats looking down at these ships with a predatory gaze. He focused on the hard-to-get high-ups of the Marines' powers. Now he can go around catching these headless chickens. Surrounded by their weakness? Simply too easy. His smirk widened before he starts the hunt. Shank's ship arrives on Marineford sometime later. But the war is already over, so what did we miss? Yassip looks around, checking that has no battle with his good vision. Hector looks at their ship from a distance, boring. He breathes out he has no interest in these guys. Should I go for Kaido now? Nah, I have time. In an unsuspecting small ship, Hector is standing above the defeated passengers. This ship was stolen by some prisoners from Impel Down, and the main guy leading this band of criminals is now glaring at Hector that is holding his last subordinate by the neck. This power of turning his body into blades will be a good gift to Siko. Hector thinks while he copies Daz Bones' devil fruit. He then finally turns at Crocodile. Don't worry, I don't feel like killing you, Sir Crocodile. Hector smiles at him. I have a very important question. The prideful Crocodile doesn't deign to talk with him. Are you, by any case, Luffy's mom? Hector tilts his head and asks seriously. In another part of this sea. Captain, that guy is out there. I know. Trafalgar Law groans while his submarine continues to go deeper into the ocean the fastest possible. They are starting to back down after the war ended when the main actor of the whole thing appears floating above them with an innocent smile on his face. They dipped down the fastest they could. Now they're safe here on the ocean. It's what they think. Suddenly the whole submarine yanks and stops brusquely. What is happening? Beepo, the polar bear mink, shouts in alarm. Then the submarine starts to go up. We will emerge. The guy on the controls shout, all power to go down. Law orders but is too late. Grabbed telekinetically like a toy, the submarine emerges on the surface and doesn't stop. It continues to float in the air. Knock knock. If you don't appear I will open it myself. Everyone hears Hector's voice outside. Silence reigns inside the submarine for some time. I will go out there. Law finally says, if he enters in my range. Your power will not work in me, I have hockey. Hector's voice interrupts him. Just come out to have a little talk. The hatch of the submarine is open and Law's upper body appears. Hector smiles seeing him. Here it is. One of the main reasons for him to come to this world. No need to be so on guard, I'm a doctor too. Hector comments and slowly floats to the submarine. He crouches on the surface and pats Law on the shoulder. I will be direct. I like you. And I plan to deal with Doflamingo in some time. So it doesn't sound right taking away your revenge, Hector says, making Law's eyes widen. How could he know? So here is the deal. 1 month training with me and I can guarantee that you can at least take a piece of him before I finish the rest, and you owe me a favor. Hector smiles wide and slowly extends his hand at Law. Law is too cautious to accept like that. Come on. If you go to the new world right now you are fucked. You don't even know hockey. You must know about hockey, right? You're smart. The second part of the Grand Line is mostly controlled by the Yonkos. No matter what route you take you will meet them too early and be humbled. Hector explains. Don't you want to avenge Corazon? Doesn't feel like every day Doflamingo is breathing an insult to his memory? Are you gonna let him win? Hector smiles, doesn't falter even when Law doesn't move. 1 month in hell and I can make you strong. A deal with the devil, huh? Law looks at him with narrowed eyes. Exactly. Hector chuckles, but there's no catch. The hand's still outstretched. Law doesn't trust him, not even a little. But they are at his mercy right now. The man can kill him and his crew at any time. What's the use of some trick? Law shakes his hand. Oh well, if isn't Captain Eustace Kidd? Hector comments while crouching on the mast of Kidd's ship, looking down on them. The pirate crew is sweating at his presence, you know. I never liked you. Hector comments, so let me humble you a little before I go in my way. Suddenly many metallic objects start floating in Kidd's direction, forming a huge arm. Well, at least you have balls. Hector says while watching the man in question jump to attack him. His vice-captain followed him. Well, a second later the two are defeated and sprawled on the ground. Hector standing above them, Mr. Blue Sky copying Kidd's magnetic powers. The rest of the crew stays paralyzed in fear. Only good in bullying innocents, huh? Hector's eyes bore onto them, making them flinch. After taking what he come to get, Hector slowly started to float away without looking back. Treating Kidd like trash. He has no interest in even annoying the guy. It's not because he didn't like the guy that he will kill him. And he doesn't know if this guy will have a redemption arc. It's possible considering that he is a good guy in the manga. So he will be spared. Hector then suddenly stops, but there's a difference between bravery and recklessness. He says and slowly turns around to see Kidd standing up slowly. Once again, metallic objects float at him. This time to form a large weapon. A railgun? Interesting. Hector stays still and lets him finish his big move. Few things are more scary than a guy that can take your best shot and remains unfazed. He plans to crush Kidd's spirit a little. If the guy never bounces back, well, that's his problem. But then Hector frowns when the railgun fails. It appears that Kidd hasn't perfected this power. Well, that's anticlimactic. Hector scratches his cheek, betting in powers that you can't control. You lost your best then? Hector suddenly disappears. He reappears again in the same spot. This time he is holding something. If you like acting like a pirate, I will help you look the part. He says, holding Kidd's right leg in his hand. Kidd falls on the ground with a low shout. Hector finally starts to go away. In Kidd's ship, the supernova remains sprawled on the ground, being tended by his crew. Hey, what is that? One crewman suddenly asks, pointing at Kid's chest. There, a blue point of light appears. Everyone looks at it confused. The point starts to expand in size, and in some seconds is already covering Kid's whole body. And doesn't stop on that, the circle of blue light takes over most of the deck. They feel their hair standing up and then, boom, a blue laser fall from the sky, destroying the ship in smithereens. Hector stays in the air looking at it with an impassive face. Thor sounds wrong. He comments, maybe heavenly tribulation. Another Hector appears at his side. The one that used Enel's iconic move on Kid's ship. He just arrived from the moon. Smite doesn't sound bad either. Hector comments while looking at the shipwrecks. The other Hector fuses back with him. I didn't go all out, but people here are really resilient. Hector comments, feeling that Kid is still alive. Barely, but alive. Whatever. Oh, Capone Beej is here too? I like his power. Hector goes away without giving Kid another look. The difference in treatment between Kid and Law is obvious. The guy has his favorites. Sabaody Archipelago. The situation is a little tense right now. Facing Cassandra and Tsukasa, a Tenryubito and his entourage. What you're thinking you're doing? Just come crawling at me right now, girl. I want you. St. Charlos, the same guy that was punched by Luffy, appears to not have learned his lesson and is shouting petulantly at the duo. To give context, Cassandra and Tsukasa are minding their own business in a little market filled with food stalls in the groove close to the plaza where the execution is being live-streamed. When suddenly they noticed that the mood suddenly shifted. People around them grew eerily silent and they all fell to their knees. Cassandra noticed the reason fast and pulled Tsukasa away to hide behind a food stall. Then he finally notices the bizarre scene. An ugly and fat man with strange clothes and a bubble helmet is mounting another man that is crawling on all fours. Guards, like they are part of some secret service, surround them. So these are the annoying people that Hector-san talked about. He mutters in a low voice. He is not one to judge people fast. But it's obvious that this guy is a bastard. Everything is going without a problem before the man in question suddenly exclaims like a child and points to the crowd kneeling. That woman. She will be my new wife. He declares like it's only natural for the world to follow his wishes. The people tremble. The women slowly raise their heads, afraid of being the one that he referring to. I got rid of a bunch of my wives recently. I need replacements. She is pretty young and will last more. St. Charlos exclaims like he had a great idea. The woman in question finally noticed that is with her. She looks like she is Tsukasa's age, and tears start forming in her eyes. And she looks at the side slowly. It appears that the middle-aged man standing beside her is her father, but he is only looking down while trembling. His fist balled and he is biting his lips to the point of blood gushing out. The girl despairs even more seeing that. She has no hope. Two guards start moving at the girl and professionally grab her arm to drag her. They didn't ask for permission, they didn't even say a word. That's awful. Tsukasa frowns seeing the scene. But he is powerless, he can only later report to Hector, so that he can save the girl. Suddenly two loud slap-like sounds are heard and the guards are sent flying. Tsukasa's mouth slowly goes open seeing Cassandra standing in front of the girl and glaring at the world noble and his guards. The rest of the people are even more surprised than Tsukasa. They remember some days ago when the pirate Straw Hat punched a Tenryubito. It's something similar going to happen now? St. Charlos grow furious, things are going bad for him these last days. It appears the world is going crazy. What are you doing, scum? You dare challenge a world noble? He shouts at her, then he stops. His angry expression shifts to one of contemplation. Oh, aren't you better than the other girl? And exotic too. I decided. I want this girl. He says, his mood happy again. Cassandra tilts her head to the side. Only someone really observant would notice how angry she is right now. Tsukasa slowly moves to Cassandra's side without saying a word. Or you, her boyfriend? It's your honor that I liked her. Kill him so that she won't have any regrets about being mine. St. Charlos says like is the most natural thing in the world. Another group of guards starts to advance toward the duo. St. Charlos is not even paying attention, his mind drifting about the fun things he will do when he gets home. And he is pulled back from reality when his guards are sent flying over his shoulder. And now, back to the present. What you're thinking you're doing. Just come crawling at me right now, girl. I want you. He shouts. People are still watching with bated breaths the confrontation, and some start slowly moving away. I ask myself if his fate. A clear and deep voice is heard and Hector suddenly stepped out of thin air. If the D is really pushed to be the enemy of the world nobles, the atmosphere gets even heavier. Oi, isn't that? Some people gulp seeing his face, the guy on the war. But, how could he be here so fast? Some were smart enough to predict the right conclusion of this confrontation in their minds. This world noble is gonna die. They think. The world nobles are the descendants of the founders of the world government, the people that molded the known world. They're untouchable. If someone hurts them, an admiral will appear to capture or kill the culprit. This threat alone is a deterrent to anything bad that can happen to a world noble no matter how annoying they are. This is an absolute truth that lasted 800 years. People are used to that. This is how it is. But now, Hector defeated the 3 admirals by himself. Does he even care about a world noble? From Hector's side, he is looking down on St. Charlos with scrutiny. He recognizes the man instantly. He is on the list of people to punch. Hector's face shows disgust looking at this creature. Theoretically, these people are descendants of the great people that defeated Joy Boy and the Ancient Kingdom. A kingdom with great technology. How can their descendants be these scum? In this world where strength is inherited, betrayal. A voice whispers in his ear. He narrows his eyes and sighs about the spoilers. I miss really growing these guys like cattle. He side glances the situation, he can understand clearly with one look. Good job, Cassandra. By the way, I said to avoid them only because I don't want to dirt your eyes. These people are ants. Hector pats her head before she thinks she did something bad. Why aren't you all kneeling? St. Charlos screams in frustration, stomping his foot like a kid. Hector slowly turns to look at him again and then he laughs. Haha. He guffaws freely, even covering his face with a hand. Oh God, haha, this is so pathetic that is funny. He wipes a tear from his eye. People are looking at him like he is crazy. Some people know that he is world noble. Hector starts talking after controlling his breath. Tenryubito. Celestial dragon. He chuckles again, guts. I've never seen someone so undeserving of their titles. He guffaws again. It's the truth that everyone thinks but no one is brave enough to say. At least, right here and right now. All right. Hector controls himself again. So, God. I'm the devil. A smirk starts growing on his face. He trails off. He slowly raises his finger. Time to shock the world even more. No one even killed a Tenryubito in the story. Surpassing Luffy's achievement doesn't sound bad. Hector muses, but he is the one that is shocked in the next second. While he is theatrically ready to make the man feel fear, preparing himself to bang his ear to make him understand that he is not a god and is simply a fragile person, then killing afterward. Cassandra moves faster than him, arriving in front of the Tenryubito and punching his guts. The world noble's eyes almost fly off their sockets. Hector's eyebrows shot up to his forehead seeing this scene. Kiss. He jokes in his mind. Yes, this punch will kill Charlos in the next 10 seconds. It literally turned his insides to a pulp. He is trashing on the ground in great pain, but at least will be fast. Cassandra stands beside the man in silence, watching him die without blinking. Hector walks to her side and takes a close look at her. This is a huge event. Cassandra that hesitated in killing Sim that time on Limbo. Cassandra that can feel what people feel because of her training and because of her observation. Haki killed someone on her own initiative. Hector put a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. If you have to start from somewhere, few are better than this guy. Hector comments, how are you feeling? He asks worried. She looks up at him before turning her face around. I can take it. She says, eh. Hector is surprised once again. A full sentence? Trying to act like an adult. His eyes widen in realization. Is she mad because I let her out of the war? He asks himself. So now she is showing that she doesn't need to be pampered. Okay, Hector says slowly. He was simply worried about her empathic sensitivity. In the canon, Kobe suffered a lot with his hockey during the war. Cassandra slowly moves away to stay beside the green-faced Tsukasa, holding himself from puking. He is not used to seeing people dying like that. Hector watches Cassandra back. They grow up so fast. He then turns to the shocked guards of the Charlos. Tell your master that they have been naughty kids. The devil is out there to punish them. Don't leave you little land. Hector then stomps the ground, creating a huge spike of earth that impales St. Charlos, raising high in the air for everyone to see. The world will know now. Gods bleed. He smirks. New world. Moby Dick ship. See, the mood is heavy and sad on the iconic whale ship of the Whitebeard pirates. In the deck, a huge bed accommodates the strongest man in this world. He is surrounded by his closest sons. The rest of the fleet is also around the Moby Dick ship. Dawn is close too. It's okay, Marco. It's my time. Whitebeard says slowly to the efforts of the first commander. Marco is doing everything he can to keep the old man alive. Oi, Hector. Can't you help Oyaji, like you helped me? Ace shouts frantically at Hector that is standing close to them. Hector eyes his begging expression, sighs, and decides to lie. No can do. Stopping an unnatural death is easy. The old man reached the end of his life expectancy. Let him rest. Hector says heavily. People around him look down with balled fists, tears in their eyes. Whitebeard and Hector's eyes meet for an instant and the old man nods at him. Pa. Hector slaps Ace's head. Don't make such a sad face, idiot. He will not die that easily. Hector says to Ace. The fire user looks up to him. While you remember him on your mind and carry his will and teaching on your heart, he will live. He will live forever. Hector says he understands Whitebeard a little. He has so many sons and daughters. He will really live forever. Send him to his rest with a smile. Hector says before turning around to give space to this family. He reaches the corner of the deck at Siko's side and leans on the edge. Luffy is close too, keeping a respectful distance from the Whitebeard pirates together with Jim. A rare serious look on his face looking at the sad scene. I will tell them that Sabo is alive later. Hector decides. He knows from personal experience that good news while you're in a sad mood doesn't brighten you as you expect. It only creates conflicting feelings. He will let them pour out their sadness first. After some minutes, Edward Newgate closes his eyes from the last time. A heart-wrenched scream was heard from Ace. Others also are crying silently. The scream from Ace is enough for people on the other ships who know of the bad news. Slowly, a wave of sadness spreads on all ships. People don't die when they're killed. They die when they're forgotten. Hector quotes while looking at the sky. He is thinking about a lot of things right now. If it's like that, Eidolon is immortal and Hector is as fragile as anyone. Hector reaches this conclusion. As Eidolon, he touched so many lives. He remembers a cool comic where the one above all one time showed Peter everyone that he saved as Spider-Man. Eidolon is an immortal symbol, but Hector... He shakes his head. Hector, life looks small. He gazes at the sad scene of the Whitebeard pirates crying their eyes out around the old man. His eyes are unfocused. Not for the first time he feels like there's an invisible screen between him and other people. Hector had a normal life. With his parents. They're his world. Then when he came to Marvel, these pillars of normalcy are taken out from him. It's difficult to conciliate. Even if so many things are similar in his two lives, it looks completely different. He lost more than his parents that day. He lost his entire normal life. And the path was closed forever. And is not easy, it seems, to adopt this new one. He doesn't integrate himself. He created a new life. New people, new Hector. No, Olin. He slowly extends his hand at the scene, at these people. It feels like he can't touch them. Characters. A fictional world where I'm a god. He sighs. When you become untouchable, you become unable to touch. Since he arrived at Marvel, his strongest emotions are only related to his family. The family he had before. The normal constant in his life. Remnants of his other life. His true life. He feels sadness seeing Whitebeard dying and everyone grieving. But he was feeling this sadness with them? This sadness is exactly like when he watched it through a screen of a TV. He asks himself if he is destined to never have a true and strong connection with anyone in these fictional worlds. Every power has a price. And this is my cross. He turns to look at Siko. She is respectfully standing there, silently making a prayer for the old man. When Kizaru threatened her, he felt anger. In his mind, she knows that she was never in real life threatening danger. But that anger was irrational. Like it should be. He extends his arm and grabs her hand on his own. She opens her eyes and looks at him. Her head tilted, asking a question. Just, let me hold you for some time, he says slowly and in a low voice. Her face blanks for a little before she smiles and nods, without asking a reason. His eyes close and he focuses on her small hand on his grasp. Her warmth. She is real. He thinks the obvious, but he still repeats to himself. With his senses, he can feel everyone nearby. The thousand of people grieving for Edward Newgate. Their heartbeat, their sadness. They are all real. He repeats the obvious again. That invisible screen separating him from the world shows cracks that existed for a long time but he never noticed. And the cracks are only increasing. Ahoy, being a god in a world where you know that was fictional can go over your head. He didn't reincarnate as a baby and spend his life acclimating himself to his new reality. Our guys is in Marvel for like 6 months. He tries to not see the world as a game, but that thought is always on the back of his mind. The main character syndrome. I believe everyone in the same situation would pass for something similar. I know that I would. And I bet you guys too. Like a predisposition in liking or disliking someone. MJ. Maybe we would close many doors because of that. Anyway, let me ask you guys a question. This chapter has some strong emotions, funny scenes. I hope you guys liked it. So, didn't it look more gratifying reading this after the last chapters of angsty and pessimism? Didn't the build-up pay off? At least made this a little better, don't agree? The One Piece world is full of strong emotions that will be good for our MC. That's why I choose it. By the way, I read in some comments that some of the readers didn't read One Piece and are a little lost. Well, there isn't much I can do about that. I even went to an arc that happens 10 years ago. Damn, I'm old. After this arc, I will make a big recap showing everything he gained, did, and etc. To the non-readers of One Piece. I will try to explain things a little more in detail. If other readers can be kind souls and put images of the characters, will help. There's a lot. I'm lazy. Beyond that, I can only recommend reading the manga. It's good. I reread it in 1 week to write this arc. Someone asked if staying 3 months isn't too long. Well, will be explained the reason in the next chapter. But I can say the main one right now. He acquired a lot of powers recently. As a control freak, he wants time and freedom to train. There's magic too. And about Luffy's devil fruit. Yes, he will copy it. He is smart enough to figure out there's something more about it. And Luffy's powers are slightly different from normal people's elasticity. Like from Reed and Helena Parr. Now I just need to decide who will be the victim of the debut of Toon Force Eidolon. Anyway, till next time. Bye. World of Pirates. Part 03. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. The art of being happy lies in the power of extracting happiness from common things. Henry Ward Beecher. Recap. In the last chapter, Hector participated in the Marineford War, making a name to himself as he defeated the 3 admirals and even killing a Tenryubito afterward. He copied many powers and in the end helped Whitebeard in having a tranquil ending, different from his conturbed life as a pirate. The world awoke with mixed feelings after the day of the battle in Marineford. The news of the events on the Marine headquarters arrived at all corners of the world. To the world, pirates are the absolute evil, so the death of one of the 4 emperors of the sea is something worth a celebration. But at the same time, an even more terrifying figure appeared. And the little information that is known about this individual left almost everyone with a feeling of uneasiness. The news is not all pleasant to the world. A man appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world. This man defeated the high powers of the Navy, the admirals one by one. He saved Fire Fist Ace from certain death with mysterious healing abilities. Captured 2 warlords of the sea. Fought to a stalemate with Fleet Admiral. Controlled the sea. Apparently has in his power one of the omniscient weapons. And has powerful subordinates that ignore the combined power of various platoons of the Marines. Fought against the best swordman in the world, and killed a world noble. This made this man who only appeared for a day have the record of the highest first bounty in the history of this world. The probable new emperor of the sea after the passing of Whitebeard, Hulk, the Devil Hector, bounty, 1.500.000.000b, Sword Princess, Siko, bounty, 500.000.000b, The Mountain That Moves, Gigantomachia, bounty, 500.000.000b, God Killer, Cassandra, bounty, 500.000.000b. No one knows where he comes from or what his motivations, and this only make him more terrifying. World Economy News, Morgans. Onigashima. In a dark big room, a clashing sound reverberates. Pieces of a broken giant jug of sake fall on some men's heads. That damn Whitebeard. How could he die like that? Wah! Kaido, of the 100 Beasts and one of the Yonkos, cries like a baby while covering his eyes with his forearm. Then suddenly his mood shifts and he is angry. Lucky bastard! How can he die like that? He shouts to the ceiling and the whole Onigashima trembles. The nearby beast pirates all tremble and try to look as small as possible to not attract the attention of their captain. They are already used to his mood swings. The best course of action is to do nothing. That red hair too. If he didn't get in my way, I would have so much fuyuin. Kaido's fists meet the ground in fury, making Onigashima tremble again. He keeps his fists buried on the ground for some time, his face a scowl and his eyes obscured by his anger. All beast pirates hold their breath, waiting for another outburst. Then he finally exhales a laugh. Pftworo. He makes a silly face while laughing in a good mood. He looks at the newspaper again, and at the bounty poster attached to it. The devil, huh? Wororo. A strong guy like that will be fun. Then he looks like a maiden in love, with dreamy eyes, looking at the horizon waiting for her beloved's return, even disgustingly blinking his eyes, cutely. I can't wait for him to come, he says with his fingers interlaced behind his chin. Are you sure that he will come? A voice that is not afraid to break Kaido from his reverie cuts the silence. King. Kaido greets his right-hand man, with a more normal expression. The giant man clad in black leather and with huge black wings on his back walks close to the king of the beasts. We don't know much about him. Maybe he will never come. If you want to fight him, the best option would go find him yourself. King suggests. Worororo. He will come. Kaido releases a big grin. The path to the top is narrow. And anyone with the ambition will have to come to Wano eventually. Worororo. Kaido says with certain. Whole Cake Island, so Newgate finally kicked the bucket? Took him long enough. Mamama. Another Yonko, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, comments to her eldest son. Parolin. Yes, it was confirmed by many of our people inside the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Perispero answers while licking a huge lollipop. You know what to do, Perispero. Big Mom says while a big hand goes to grab some sweets. Yes, Mama. But what about this new guy? Big Mom's eyes go to the posters of Hector's group. The devil. Mama. What a pretentious title to this brat. But if he really fought with Sengoku, he is really not weak. Let's wait and see for now. Maybe we can bring him to the family. Mamama. Big Mom laughs. Parasparrow keeps himself in silence at this. He is the one who makes the plans for Big Mom's crazy ideas. If she really went forward with this, he would need to think in which of his sisters to arrange a marriage. But I am more interested in this one. Big Mom grabs a poster, Gigantomachia? The giant. But his appearance is different. Could he be a hybrid of a giant and with a fishman? And he has a fruit to increase his size too? Mama. Maybe we should push forward our plans to the Vinsmoke family. Judge can't be so much behind Vegapunk, right? Mama. She continues with her eyes shining in anticipation. Parasparrow stays in silence, thinking about the heavy work he will need to do. Hector POV. Some island in the new world. Acho, I sneeze loudly. Haunt this anime world. Someone is talking about me. I comment. I know that I'm probably famous now, but I don't want to spend my days sneezing. Should happen only in relaxed moments anyway. I continue to walk to the enormous ceremony with Siko, Cassandra, Tsukasa, and Makia at my side. We are here to the funeral of Whitebeard. There's a huge crowd of people on this cliff with a good view of the sea, all here to pay their respects to the old man. After waiting for everyone who knows the guy better than me, I walk to pay my respects too. Siko decides to follow me while the others wait by the side. I stop in front of his tombstone. His famous Naginata is stuck on the stone, white his flag on the pole and holding his coat that he used on the Marineford War. Exactly like I remember in the anime and manga. Well, at least this time Ace's tombstone is not here too. I really didn't want you to die, old man. I say while taking 2 bottles of sake from my inventory. I even prepared a lot of good sake from my world to have a good talk with you. I say while pouring the Junmai Danjio and the Dasai on the ground. Edward Newgate taught me a lesson. I had plans. Talk with the guy, cure him, bring him to avenge Odin. Would be cool as heck. But plans can go downhill as fast as you create them. I'm very good in pulling strings, and knowing the people and their motivations, desires, and traumas is easy to get my way in most of the things. But people are not characters that will follow the script that I wrote. I will keep that in mind. I turn to give space to the rest who want to pay their respects. This reminds me of the banana myth. I comment sighing at the sky. Do you know it, Siko? I think I heard somewhere. She turns to me and frowns, trying to remember. Then I decided to refresh her memory. It's the myth to explain the short lifespan of the humans. Long ago, a god appeared to the people and ordered them to choose between a banana and a stone. People choose the banana. It was delicious, will fill their stomach. Much better than some rock. I say without waiting for her to say anything. I continued, that choice decided our short lifespan. Instead of the perpetual dull life of a rock, we choose to have a short but sweet life. This world made me remember this myth. It really does. Talking about how living a short and fulfilling life sticking to their ideals is better than living without them. Without a dream. Now that I'm thinking about it, it really goes deep. There isn't that theory that Imu, the secret ruler of the world, and the 5 elders are immortal and living since the Void Century? They are keeping the world stagnated, like a rock. They spoil the Tenryubido because they don't need descendants. They will live forever. In this world, the child inherits the strength and the strong will of their lineage. Luffy speedran the first part of the Grand Line as 17-year-old rookie. That was impressive. St. Charlos, the world noble that Cassandra killed, lasted a lot after his organs turned to mush. And he trashed around. He had a crazy amount of endurance and vitality. And that guy is scum that never trained in his life. They are keeping these guys useless to not be dethroned. Doflamingo is a good example of the crazy potential they have if raised properly. The more I think the more makes sense. So Luffy would be the antithesis to them in ideals. Similar to how he is to Blackbeard. Luffy lives a short and adventurous life. A life worth living. A life of a pirate, a life of freed dash. Wait fucking a minute. I side-eye the guy. Monkey do. Luffy. Monkey. Banana. His whole lineage hates the world's nobles. Oda, you bastard. It's on our faces the whole time. Luffy even lost a lot of lifespan recently. Is Luffy gonna die young at the end of the manga? I was taken out of my thoughts by Siko. Oh, in Japan there's an equivalent to this myth, but is a flower, Hana, instead of a banana. She says in sudden realization. Hana? The only person capable of reading the poneglyphs and the key to Laugh Tale 8 the Hana no Mi. Robin. And the whole, I want to die, and I want to live. I sigh again. This world is full of layers. I'm glad I came here. I look at the horizon waiting for the guy to arrive. Thank you for helping with everything you are. Marco, the phoenix, says to me while we watch the waves. The sky is clear and the day is beautiful, like it doesn't care about the sadness of the people here. A reminder that the world is heartless. We and other important people are reunited here. I copied his power, by the way. The diamond power from Jozu and many others for the Whitebeard pirates. That was nothing. The old man deserves. I say with a shrug. By the way, how did you guys will do with the Whitebeard pirates without Whitebeard? If you don't mind me asking. They look at each other in uncertain. We will continue with Oyaji legacy. Marco says after some time. Ace probably will be the new captain in the future. Interesting. Be careful out there. I recommend that you guys group tightly. I say, in the new world, the 4 emperors have their territories. They receive tributes for protection. Kaido has his territories to produce weapons and create strong people. Big Mom has her territory for food mostly. Whitebeard and Shanks apparently are the ones who are not tyrants and really protect the people in this place where the world government doesn't reach. After all, to receive help from the Marines you need to bow to the world nobles. It's not hard to guess why many small countries don't want it even with all the benefits that come with being an ally of the world government. And most can't pay the tributes too. My advice to them is to give up on some of these territories and protect the most important ones. We will see what we will do, Yua. Marco scratches his cheek a little sheepishly. They will absolutely not retreat. I sigh at these people. When I get my den mushy we will keep in touch. If Big Mom or Kaido attack you guys, don't hesitate to call me. I say, but then I smirk, but don't worry too much, I plan to level the game a little. I let my words hang in the air. Some shiver when they understand my meaning. I'm still not sure what I will do with these guys. Aren't they important opponents to be surpassed by Luffy? Here we are again. How much of the plot should I change? Nah, I will think about it later. He finally arrived. I comment to them all of a sudden. They look at me in surprise before focusing on the horizon. Something is getting close at high speed. That is. Marco stares at the person cutting the water swimming. Is shipwreck his trait? Like Zoro getting lost? Maybe all first mates of the Pirates Kings have something like that. Finally, a shirtless old man emerges slowly from the water and walks to us dripping wet like it was a normal occurrence. There's no ship in sight, so he must have swam for a luong distance. Oh, Reilika. I smile seeing the guy. This guy is strong. I commented to Siko that maybe she would be interested in fighting him. From my side eye, I noticed that he paused a little seeing me. Having a flashback, old man? Rayleigh. Marco and the others greet him. Even if they were rivals long ago, it appears that there's no bad blood between them. Funny how Marco is much younger than the guy. Whitebeard really has his crew full of his sons and daughters. He must have carried these dead weight in the beginning, especially when his crew was compared with Roger's one. I imagine that you guys would be here. Rayleigh comments while he twists his shirt and jacket to extract the water. To save time, I extended my hand and with a motion of my wrist, I use waterbending to pull the water off him, drying him instantly. I learned that bending beyond the motions uses spiritual energy too. And if you have a lot of spiritual energy, fewer motions you need to perform. And I have a lot. If I trained more with it, I would be capable of bending with my mind. In your age, it's preferable to keep your bones dry, old man. I say to him after he gives me a look. Thank you. He says slowly. Is he wary of me? In this world, being capable of controlling water is very impressive for obvious reasons. I'm still waiting for the Logia or Mythic Zoan that can do that. Maybe is with Imu. And maybe is because of that he is looking at me strangely. After greeting the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy and others, he walks to pay his respects to Whitebeard. I observe the guy. He doesn't seem close to Ace. Isn't he like his nephew in some way? In truth, he seems to like Luffy more. I narrow my eyes at this. Could be that he sees Roger in Luffy, his charisma, but I smell something more. Maybe he doesn't like the fact that Ace entered in Whitebeard's crew. Like a betrayal of some sort? Well, can't blame Ace on that. The guy is a victim of bad planning and parenting. This world is full of bad parents, huh? Except when they are not the real fathers. Sanji, Chopper. And now that I think about it, to the men only. Nami's stepmother is cool. Robin's mother too. Vivi's father. And Rebecca's father. Shirahoshi father. Now, Yasop? I'm seeing a pattern here, Oda. Absent fathers is an anime cliché after all. I decided to mouth my doubts. After all, I'm not afraid of hurting people's feelings. I would expect you to show up in Marineford, Rayleigh. Your captain child, you know? I say to everyone. He looks at me in silence. The mood gets heavy. But silence will never bother me. It's not your obligation. I make a face, but you know. Whitebeard and Garp treated the boy better than anyone from the Rogers Pirates. Where are the other guys again? I make a pensive expression. Who knows if they have some OP devil fruit, after all. Before I didn't think much about Rayleigh not going to Marineford. But now I have a clear idea of the map of the Grand Line. Sabaody is close. The Red Line and Fishman Island are between the two, but to a guy as strong as him? Luffy was in Amazon Lily and he arrived on time. He continues to stare at me in silence. His face betrays nothing. Sorry, buddy, your title as Dark King can't scare me. People around us look a little tense, but I can't feel anger from this guy. Just some sort of resignation. He finally sighs. It's complicated. He says simply, "Yep, really there's something more about this." Externally, I shrug and let the matter rest. But I look at him. He's talking with Luffy again. There's something special about the rubber boy? That's blatant favoritism. I also remember that he is guarding Sabaody, the entrance to the new world. It can't be just because he likes the climate, right? This world is really full of little mysteries. Don't worry, the leg was cut clean. No side effects. But he should rest, he lost a lot of blood. While I'm having a little talk with Marco, assuring him that Oars Jr. will be okay after I reattached his leg, Luffy shouts at me. "Boy, wavy hair." He comes at me waving his hand. What? I turn to him. "Give us a ride, we don't have a boat." He says like it would be obvious for me to help. Okay. I answer instantly. This is a good opportunity. Let's go now. I don't hesitate and start moving to my ship, Dawn. Luffy and Rayleigh follow my group. Not coming, Jim? I ask the fishman. No, I have matters to attend. He answers seriously. I see. If anyone gets too comfortable in Fishman Island, you can call me too. Racism is dumb. And I want a peaceful place to go sightseeing with my people. I smile at him and shake his hand. Too bad he is not coming. I want to ask about Fishman Karate. Well, it's not like I will not have another chance. We get on board of Dawn. To where? I ask. Amazon Lily. Rayleigh answers, I have never seen a ship like this before. He comments looking at the deck. There are no sails. It's advanced. Only Vegapunk probably could have something similar. I comment. Amazon Lily, huh? I need to copy Hancock Power, better to tag along now. If not, I will have to fabricate some conflict later, to have the chance. On that direction, I use my powers to locate her. And with the layout of the world that my other body is creating, I deduce that she is already on Amazon Lily. Hold tight, I warn with a huge smirk. The back of the ship opens and a huge propulsor ignites. And we broke the sound barrier, cutting the ocean at high speed. Oh, it's like the Sunny. Luffy shouts animatedly, an elongated arm grabs a part of the ship. Ah, Luffy. I forgot to tell you and Ace. Sabo is alive. I say casually while driving my ship. Luffy pauses for a moment to look at me. Oh, is that Enel's face? Rubber powers really morph his body like a cartoon, huh? Later we already disembarked on Amazon Lily, very nice tropical weather, and those snakes probably are carved by someone really strong. Lily. The name passes over my head, like a blocked memory. Lily. Amazon Lily? So what? Why is important? Whatever, I shake my head to go back to the present. Right now, we are close to the beach. Luffy is still bawling his eyes out after the reveal that Sabo is alive. For some reason, he didn't doubt my words. But even if tears and snot run over his face, he is still stuffing himself with the food that the Amazons brought to him. Beyond Luffy, Rayleigh and my group, Hancock, her sisters, that old lady, and a group of Amazons are here too. And the Heart Pirates too. I pulled them half of the way here. Oh, so this is the legendary island of women. So it's real. One of Law's crewmates comments. Only 2 of them, plus Beepo and Law himself, are here. A little away from us. I raise the 2 crewmates telekinetically with a finger. Go swim to clean your thoughts. And I yeet them a kilometer away in the ocean. Law deadpans at me. What? First part of the training. Building endurance. You're like 99% of the fighting force of your crew. This can't go on. I shrug. I will make sure that they don't drown. Law sighs and stands up to go to the beach. Beepo follows him. Anyway, it's funny that you want to follow in Roger's footsteps, Ace's father, and Sabo is following your dad. To be more strange than that, only if Ace wanted to become a noble like Sabo's father. I comment to Luffy while eating from the big pile of food at his side. It appears that fathers in this world can be anyone father except for their real son. I don't know. I never met my father. Munch nom nom, but Ace and Sabo don't like their fathers. Munch, Luffy says lightly while stuffing his mouth with food. Your people take too lightly this parenthood thing. I say while reaching for a strawberry the size of an apple. Thud, something hit my head. I saw it a mile away but decided to let it happen. I move my eyes to look at Hancock, who just kicked me. I'm not that down bad to the level that enjoys being stepped by women. Munch, I say while ignoring her. That was Luffy's food. Boa Hancock declares, pointing at me with anger on her face. Food tastes better when you share. I say, you should be careful when raising your leg with this slit on your skirt. I'm almost seeing it. I comment lightly, looking at her crotch. You disgusting man-pig. She shouts outraged and starts releasing a flurry of kicks at my head. I dodge all of them by moving only my head while I continue to eat. You had a bad personality. I Siko, signaling her to put the sword away. No one will want to marry you like that. And that makes her freeze. I can almost see the lightning hit her. In the next moment, she is crying in the arms of her sisters. How could you be so mean with Wani-sama? Marigold, the fat sister with orange hair, shouts at me while Sandersonia, the one with green hair, placates Boa Hancock. I just ignore them and continue to eat with Luffy. I'm almost finished copying the Gomu Gomu and me. Tsukasa, try these things. Look, a banana with flakes. It's crunchy. I present the weird fruits to my cook. Not only there's a lot of different things, the fruits are big and natural. I will take samples. It's true that you killed a Tenryubito? The old Granny Nyan asks me while she holds the newspaper. HM? Yeah. Are those the bounties? I take the posters with my telekinesis and make them float in front of us. They cut my D. 5th grade never left me. Your bounty is 400 million now, Luffy. I comment. I think they downgraded my bounty a little. Natural. And they put the same bounty to every one of my crew. They didn't even try. Sword Princess. The Mountain That Moves. Godkiller. Only cool names. Nice. The Devil. I like it. The natural enemy of the gods. Don't take this too lightly, boy. It's a Tenryubito. Elder Nyan says loudly at me. I turn to her calmly. They are only insects. And don't worry, I'm the strongest. She is tongue-tied now. Siko appears at my side and grabs the posters to take a close look. He only made that whole show of being the enemy of these nobles, so that they will be scared of leaving their home and hurt fewer people. She says. I look at her. No need to defend myself or explain my motives. The whole devil thing and scaring the Tenryubitos are something that I thought in the moment. But I think they're too dumb to catch the message. Did you really do it? This time is Hancock that is asking while staring me down seriously. Munch. Oh yeah, she was enslaved by them, more like a group effort with Cassandra over there. I say, pointing at the girl who is stuffing her mouth like a squirrel with the sweets. Hey, now what? Are you going to say thank you? If you want, I can solve that. Curse on your back. Get rid of it. I say slowly, being discreet while referring to the slave mark on her back. The other Amazons are nearby. Her eyes widen at my words. You know about it. She says, half asking and half accusing. Want my help or not? I act like it's no big deal. Will be a good opportunity to copy her power. She doesn't answer immediately, only stares at me before going back to her sisters. Who are you really? Rayleigh asks me seriously. Munch, people are really curious about this, huh? Well, it's expected. Out of nowhere, an unknown person appears and destroys the top fighters of this world. Normally, people start from the bottom. With some exceptions, like Big Mom that was soloing Elbaf as a 6-year-old. I pause dramatically and put down the food, Luffy's descendant from the future. I came back to the past to save Ace. Didn't you see the similarities between me, Luffy, and Hancock? I say seriously, everyone's eyes widen at the revelation. I notice they pay a more closer look at me. Black hair, blue eyes like Hancock, the smile. Kaya! Hancock squeals in delight with her hands on her cheeks. My and Luffy descendant? Is this real? She looks feverish from the fantasies already. No, I'm lying. Munch, I cut her delusions mercilessly. She and everyone, with the exception of Luffy, falls to the ground. I should expected this much. Elder Nyan sighs and shakes her head. You bastard! Give back my dream. Hancock advances at me to try to kick me again, aiming lower this time at my torso. But I ignored her and became intangible while I continued to eat. A Logia? But why I can't hit you with hockey? She asks, seeing her ineffective attack. Sorry girl. Kitty's power is low-key up. The most I can feel is a tingling sensation where she hits me. The truth is, I came from the past. I reveal, but this time people are not taking me seriously. The cheeky of these people. Let me show how well I can lie. In the past, the ancient kingdom had such good technology that was capable of replicating devil fruit powers in items. One-time use items? I say with a distant look. I don't know if any of you met Toki. From my side I notice Rayleigh's eyes widening. She can go to the future with her fruit. I came after her because she failed. I sigh regretfully. I'm the son of the one that you guys call Joy Boy. The wind moves my hair while I look at the horizon. I'm here to finally accomplish the promises of my father. To the princess. To the rest. I look at Luffy. This straw hat. I don't complete it because I don't even know the full story. The rest have some confused expressions, but Rayleigh is listening to me with extreme focus. Is this? He asks, starting shocked. A lie, obviously. Munch. I complete to him. Everyone falls on their butts again. Even the always chill Rayleigh has a vein popping on his forehead. But he laughs, sighs, and shakes his head. Let it rest, old man. Sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. I say to him more seriously now, if I told you that I came from another universe, where civilization is much more advanced, crossing time and space to have a vacation in this world, would you believe in me? I look at him seriously. How would anyone believe in you now? Hancock snorts at the side and turns her head. But the eye contact between me and Rayleigh continues uninterrupted. He is an experienced old man. He must be having various conflicting thoughts because he can't read me. I finally go back to ignore him and eat and talk with Luffy. I can feel his eyes on me even after the matter is put to rest. Sometime later, Law and the rest returned. But they still keep a respectful distance from the rest. Maybe afraid of me. Maybe afraid of Rayleigh. I'm confused. Do men stretch or not? Margareth, The blonde Amazon with short hair that saved Luffy one time says while she curiously pulls my ear. After some time, the cautious Amazons are more comfortable with us. I already told you guys that only Luffy could do it because of a thing called devil fruit. Elder Nyan exclaims helplessly. But he is also stretching. Look. Margareth comments from my side, showing it at her. This can't be. Elder Nyan frowns at me. The others also look at me in confusion. Did you also eat the Gomu Gomu no Mi? Luffy asks just for asking. I just have all the powers in the world. I answer, oh, must be cool. And he continues to eat like it's no big deal. To punctuate my words, I detach my arm to grab some food far away. Oh, buggy power. Luffy exclaims, only mildly surprised. It's Setsuna Tokage quirk to be exact. It's funny how One Piece has many upgraded versions of the My Hero Academia quirks. Like that Yo Shindo guy who can also use vibration like Whitebeard, but only in contact. I will try fusing powers later. This is impossible. There's no two of the same devil fruits in the world. Elder Nyan comments, flabbergasted. You're wrong. There are fruits that do the same, but one is superior to the other. And I'm the devil, Granny. How could I be bound by the laws of this world? I say cockily, do you want me to swim too? You would have a heart attack. Rayleigh sighs again. You're not gonna answer seriously if I ask who you are, right? He shakes his head. Obviously I will answer. I say, outraged by the lack of trust in my words. Where did it come from? The list is big, by the way. But I'm a student, a hero, a villain, a scientist, a doctor, a king, pirate king, Hokage/ninja, alien, ogre, samurai, Sith/Jedi, sorcerer/mage, ghost. And the list goes on and on. My diversion tactics to tire them enough to not ask anything works great. Are you a ninja? Luffy's mind tunnel focuses on only one thing. Yes, I answer. Can you, Ken? Do you say, nin, at the end of your phrases? He asks excitedly with a twinkle in his eyes. Luffy doesn't believe in him. He is a liar. Hancock shouts, pointing her finger at me, and turning her head high in the air to look down on me. Extremely nice breasts. By the way, underboobs are always great. But I can't let her slander me like that. Luffy, punch me. I say seriously, okay. He doesn't even hesitate and delivers a punch at my cheek. Puff in a small explosion of smoke. A piece of log is in my place. What? Substitution. Luffy exclaims with his eyes shining like the sun. The Corazon pirates are also paying attention with great interest. Even Rayleigh has curiosity in his eyes and a smile on his face. I'm here. I say calmly, attracting their attention. He is walking on the tree. One of Law's crewmates exclaims, oh. They and Luffy exclaim. I jump, and after a backflip in the air, I make a hand sign and 5 more Hectors appear in the air with me. Clone Jutsu. Law exclaims, this time still, in the air. Each clone makes the hand signs and releases a jutsu of all the 5 natures of chakra. Oh, it's Suiton, Aketon, Sugoi. That's Doton. So we can see the wind of the futon. The Raiton is cooler. The boys admire my show. To finish, I spin on myself, releasing a lot of kunai and shurikens. They hit each other in the air, changing the trajectory, and then I pulled a string when some kunais hit a tree. A big cloth with the word shinobi in Japanese is hung by the kunais. I and my clones land in front of it. Each clone does a pose with a hand sign while I do the iconic Jiraiya pose. Ninja. I say in a whisper, ooh. All the boys clap at me with their eyes still looking like the sun. On the girls' side, it's different. I really didn't understand. One of the Amazons asks around a little confused, me neither. Isn't there a lot of useless moves on that? Women. Only Margareth is clapping together with the men. So Margareth is a tomboy, huh? Nice. Anyway, didn't you have something to say to Luffy, old man? I turned to Rayleigh while showing a Rasengan to the boys. He didn't move. Don't worry, you probably want to train him, right? I will do the same to Law there. He is AD, by the way. I reveal, making Rayleigh take a closer look at Law. Train. Luffy looks at me tilting his head. Yeah, because you're weehake. You're not ready for the new world. Have you forgotten what happened in Sabaody? I tap his head with my finger to try to put some sense there. At first, he was angry when I called him weak, but the memory of his miserable defeat made him shut up and put on a serious expression. He is not wrong, Luffy. The second part of the Grand Line is a completely different world with another set of rules. People call the first part of the Grand Line a paradise, in comparison with the new world. Rayleigh says from his seat, the first part is a paradise? One of Law's men gulps loudly. There's still order here on Paradise. But in the new world is where the law of the jungle rules. Elder Nyan adds, the emperors of the sea rule the new world, dominating vast territories. Not even the admirals can engage in a fight with them in fear of things escalating into an all-out war. Rayleigh says, the recent Marineford War was very well planned and took all that the Navy has to offer. They prepared a lot before making that move, so that their losses didn't give an opening to another emperor. Elder Nyan looks at me. The world is in a fragile balance now. Or was. Elder Nyan then sighs and shakes her head. Till now I don't know if the Navy's decision was right, only the future knows the consequences of this war. Without Whitebeard, chaos can engulf the new world. Everyone stares at them seriously, even Luffy is in silent contemplation. But I know the guy, so I will help. Long story short, at the moment that you enter the new world, you will enter into conflict with the emperors. And you are nowhere strong enough to deal with them. I say, oh, I see. Luffy nods at me. The guy really only has 2 brain cells and they only connect in special circumstances. Luffy is the extreme version of low IQ, but high EQ. I raise 3 fingers to continue my explanation. 3 things can happen if you go to the new world right now. First, if you're lucky you can avoid the emperors at the beginning. Do you want to continue to rely on luck? No. He answers slowly, by the way, if your goal is to find the One Piece you can't avoid a confrontation with the emperors forever. I lower 1 finger, you will stumble into the territory of one of the emperors, what's like 90% of the new world, be defeated, and be given a choice or enter their fleet or die. Ace went through that, but he really adopted his new family. I explain Rayleigh. Do you want to be subordinate to someone? I ask, of course not. Luffy practically shouts, this is what I thought. Last, I show the last finger, you will be captured by the G5 and have a fate worse than death. Luffy looks confused but Law's group face pales a little. The G5. One of Law's crewmates trembles. I heard that they eat the pirates after roasting them alive. Another one comments, yes, Luffy. Being sincere, you can't go far with your strength in the new world right now. Rayleigh says, I already told you that your friends are alive and well. The final decision will be yours, but... He pauses and fixes his glasses. Staring directly at Luffy to convey how serious he is, why didn't you train and prepare before continuing your journey? Roger navigated for years before finding the One Piece, you're on it for months. Luffy thinks hard, probably remembering the despair of the time when his strength was insufficient. As a leader, must be crushing. In the end, he obviously accepts and asks about his friends. This is where I enter. I can pass the message. I raise my hand. I can travel fast around the world and I know where they are. I will talk with them before delivering Kuma to the Revolutionary Army. By the way, do you have some message to your father or Sabo? Or to your crew? I grab the opportunity. Now a pro tip. The key to going through an awkward situation is to keep a straight face and act normal. Take off your top. I say to Hancock me and the Boa sisters are in her room. Only the 4 of us. In the end, she accepted my help after being clear that she would allow me to help her. Prideful as ever, but I think the fact that I'm an enemy of the world nobles helped her trust me a little. If you are tricking me, I will kill you. She glares while holding her top tightly. You can't even if you try. I scoff. Turn around already so that we can begin. I act dismissively. She bit her lips before turning around and letting her upper clothes fall on her pillows. I look seriously at the slave mark, seeing all the details. So they put a special ink on the marker. It's a brand and a tattoo. I comment before extending my hand and touching her back. Okay, let's take it out of my chest already. Right now, I have no interest in Hancock. She likes Luffy, so she is a man for all intents and purposes. I have mixed feelings about her character. Not her person, I don't know her yet. On one side, Hancock embodies everything that I don't like in a woman. Entitled and arrogant. Thinking that she can get away with anything because she is beautiful. This is so exaggerated that becomes a caricature and few people take it seriously, but she is like that. Then, on the other hand, I understand where she came from. It's a defense mechanism because of trauma. Exaggeratedly misandry because she lives on an island where only exist women and her few experiences with men must have been horrible. And then she cares about the people that she likes greatly, like her sisters and Luffy. And when reading or watching One Piece, it's almost impossible to not like her seeing her help Luffy in exchange for nothing. A person can be bad to other people, but if treats me well, this person is good to me. It's come to the point where I think she deserves better. A sexual Luffy will never give her what she wants. Well, she accomplished with Goku, so maybe nothing is impossible. If you want to ensnare Luffy, try baiting him with food. I say suddenly, where did this come from? I shrug my shoulders and don't elaborate. You can see the result already. I comment and the two sisters look over my shoulder. It's disappearing. Marigold says slowly in disbelief. It's slow but is absolutely disappearing. Sandersonia exclaims, watching the edge of the mark slowly fade. Yep, I only need to slowly kill the cells on the skin and help it grow again new. The keyword is slowly, because I'm copying Hancock Devil Fruit too. As a fee, I can feel their gratefulness even without words. It's wrong to me to think that in the case of me going back here in another timeline, I can do this before she meets Luffy so that I can make her fall for me instead? She is physically totally my type. Tall, 6 feet 3 inches. 193, and busta Amazon woman with long black hair and blue eyes. I think I thought about that loudly because Cortana comments sarcastically in my mind, tall Amazon women, redheads, goth, tomboys, villains? What is not your type, master? I hate how right she is. But it's not about the biotype. Is the whole character. A true man of culture would understand. But I feel that I would spiral into some long talk trying to explain myself, so I will use my Riz to escape. You forgot about Blue AIS. I say in my mind. Cortana. //omega//// Third person POV. Now on the Porto of Amazon Lily, people are giving their farewells to the visitors. So you really can swim? Elder Nyan comments after seeing Hector jump into the sea and return with a giant snake in his grip. Yutas are extremely venomous sea serpents that are also used to pull the Kuja pirates' ship through the combat. Not only allowing them to travel through the region that has no wind, but also keeping the Sea King's way because of their nature. But why are you grabbing a Yuta? Elder Nyan asks. I'm gonna use it to make sake. Hector answers with a straight face paw and receives an attack of her snake cane on the head. Yutas are the guardians beasts of Amazon Lily. Don't use them to make sake. Elder Nyan says fuming, really? My bad. Hector says and releases the serpent after taking some blood from it. I thought that you don't drink. Siko says at his side, and I don't. I'm only curious. A good habushu can be made from highly venomous serpents. Must be tasty? If the person survives. Could be a good gift too. He says nonchalantly, we are going now. Rayleigh declares, taking Luffy with him in a small boat. They plan to train on an island close by. Hang it. Wavy hair. Everyone. Luffy, I don't know if I can survive far from you. Hancock practically cries seeing the boat getting further from them. Why are you ignoring Rayleigh? He is your savior. Elder Nyan deadpants close. Hector waves at Luffy. I will deliver the messages. He says, maybe seeing the guy for the last time. Well, we are off too. Don't miss me, girls. Hector kisses 2 of his fingers and blows at the Amazons, even at Elder Nyan because he doesn't discriminate. He says goodbye to everyone except Hancock. Good riddance. Hancock huffs before crossing her arms beneath her bosom. Wani-sama, he helped us. Marigold tries to admonish her older sister. Bye, Hector. Sander, Sonia, and the other Amazons are much warm in their goodbyes. Hector copied the 3 devil fruits of the Gorgon sisters. Hector and Hancock are not on good terms on the surface, acting like they hate each other. But they are rude to each other without meaning it. On Hector's side is because he doesn't want to give her the satisfaction of acting like everyone else, and Hancock is too prideful to be the first to act nice. Goodbye, I hope to never see you again. Hector shouts at her with an innocent smile on his face, and I hope you die eaten by a sea king. Hancock shouts back. Hector and his group finally board Dawn. Law's crew joined them because Hector confiscated his submarine. You two are emanating sibling energy. Seiko says with mirth after they take off, Sweet home Alabama? Hector jokes, by the way she was pretty strong. Wanna try to fight her? Hector turns to ask. He is a little surprised. Normally, people would forget that Hancock is super strong because of her low bounty and how she acts around Luffy. But she was one-shotting pacifistas during the war. Her bounty is low because it was her first and then froze because she became a Shichibukai. She has Conqueror's Haki. And now that Hector can see firsthand, he can attest that she is probably stronger than Doflamingo and is trained. While she was kicking his head, even with such a high cut on her skirt, nothing was shown to Hector. She has a good control over her body. Would be good. Seiko comments with a glint in her eyes. Dawn docks at an unpopulated island. On the combat, relatively close to Amazon Lily and where Luffy is training. That should be good enough. Hector comments while disembarking with Makia and Law's crew. It's a summer island with a huge mountain and forests. This is where I will train you guys. First, run till that mountain, climb it, and come back here. Hector points at the huge mountain in the middle. Climb that. A crewmate of Law asks shocked, Yes, then you will punch this till you can't anymore. Hector says before pulling a giant metal block, 2 meters and 10 meters wide to them. Law stares at him waiting for him to tell that is a joke. This is serious. I want to see your limits. By the way. Hector turns to him and in the next moment, Law is handcuffed by Seastone. The captain of the Heart Pirates can already feel the strength leaving him. Are you serious? Can I really become stronger like that? He asks in doubt at this moment. The light mood evaporates when Hector clicks his tongue and stares at them with narrowed eyes. You guys complain too much. Everyone trembles seeing Hector without any goofiness. I'm doing you a favor, Law. Hector waves his hand and Law's submarine appears on the shore. You guys can go away if you want. I'm only doing it from the goodness of my heart and because I have time. If I feel that you guys are slacking off and wasting my time, I will go kill Doflaming in the next instant and you will never have closure. Hector looks down on them, still pressuring the pirate crew with his presence. In 1 month we are gonna speedrun the training, accomplishing what Rayleigh wants to do with Luffy in 2 years. I can only guarantee that you will not die. But maybe your mind will break. Hector says seriously. Law stares at him more seriously now. Is this gonna make me stronger than Doflaming? He asks. No way in hell. But will make you one of the top 100 fighters in this world. You will have a chance. Hector comments, I can only give any details alter. Hector doesn't care anymore and turns around. If when he comes back, they are training, he will use his methods to teach Law Haki. Before he goes, he gives a huge block of adamantium to Makia to train. Now it's time to meet the Straw Hats. Hector thinks a little giddy. Isn't it like a childhood dream come true? Kuraigana Island. This is a dark and gloomy. Dawn floats above the island and Hector, Seiko, and Cassandra go down to meet the first in the list. They stop close to a bloodied fallen man. All around them, baboons are unconscious and the whole place reeks of a big fight. Oh, it's Zoro. Cool, Hector says. This guy uses 3 swords, Seiko. 1 on his mouth. On his throat. She asks, oh, between his teeth. Hector says, feeling strange by the mental image provided by Seiko. My teeth hurt just by imagining it. Seiko says while looking at the fallen man, you probably could use even more. What? What? The two pause, but suddenly a shout cut the funny moment. Who are you guys? A feminine voice can be heard nearby. Oh, a gothic Lolita? Hector looks at Perona up and down. The pink-haired woman is floating in the air, surrounded by two ghosts created with her powers. When she arrives close to them, she stops and stares at Hector. Suddenly her face morphs into one of terror. She screams like a banshee and tries to fly away. But when she only fled by 20 meters, a hand grabbed her ghostly form by her shin. Like in a horror movie, she slowly turns back to see Hector smiling at her innocently. Why are you going so early? He continues to smile creepily at her, but eventually releases her. So touching her soul doesn't count. Hector sighs after failing to copy her power. When he releases her, he goes back to Zoro. The guy looks worn down but is awake. Who are you all? Zoro asks, staring at them. He is standing up slowly. Just stay down for now. Hector forces him down telekinetically before slapping a newspaper at his face. Shh. Zoro was ready to curse before he noticed Luffy in the newspaper. Hector gives time to him to read, Luffy's brother was captured? Zoro asks more to himself, yep, nasty thing. The world will pass through some changes, not that it matters to you. Hector leans on a broken wall. Siko is at his side, and Cassandra is poking some fallen baboons on the ground. It appears that I need to thank you for saving my captain. Zoro stares at Hector seriously. Hector waves his hand dismissively, think nothing of it. Only doing what I wanted to do. He comments, now, to business. The plan to reunite in 3 days on Sabaody is off the window obviously, right? Hector says originally the Straw Hats had planned to separate to run from Kizaru and then reunite 3 days later. But they didn't count on being separated at this proportion. Each one is being sent to a corner of the planet practically. You must have noticed that your strength is severely lacking. Hector says without a care. Zoro grits his teeth but can't argue. So, following Rayleigh's guidance, Luffy decided that the crew should train for 2 years before you all reunite in Sabaody. Hector raises his hand, showing 2 fingers, 2 years. Zoro murmurs to himself, thinking about something, Kuma was a good guy. Hector comments lightly, he even sent you guys to appropriate places. Zoro keeps himself in silence. He has his personal experience with Kuma. The man spared his life once. After some time, Perona returns with Mihawk in tow. So you're here? Mihawk says, looking at Hector. Yes, I'm here. Mihawk gave Hector, Siko, and Cassandra a look before turning to Zoro. Let's talk inside. He invites. Inside the castle, the guy really likes the vampire theme. Hector thinks, looking around, did you think about it thoroughly, Rorinoa? Mihawk stares down at the man kneeling on the ground. I thought about that and I need to get stronger. Zoro says determinedly, I saw that you defeated the baboons, but did you give up on surpassing me? Mihawk asks with a hint of disappointment in his voice, no. Zoro says slowly, ? I still want to surpass you, but right now I need to get stronger for my captain. Zoro says, and then I will defeat you. The people look at him strangely. Perona and Cassandra look at him like he is some sort of idiot. Siko looks at him with a little of respect. Mihawk and Hector smile a little. Then Mihawk releases a full-blown laughter. You want me to train you so that you can defeat me? Aren't seeing how ridiculous that sounds? Yes. Zoro answers seriously. Hector chuckles at his response. All right. Mihawk finally answers, in 2 years I will make that you will not be an embarrassment anymore. Hector then raises his hand to interrupt. Well, now that you two are on it, why don't you let Siko learn with you a little too? Hector says. Mihawk and Siko turn to look at him. This is not a dojo. And on her level would be better for her to find her own path. Mihawk says, hey, don't be like that. Just let her watch how you two train. With Siko's genius, there's no need for direct guidance. She can catch only by observing them. It's rare to meet people that have the same interest. Let her have some fun. Hector says lightly and then pulls a paper sheet. That would be her schedule. I will get her on those days to go sightseeing. It can change in the future. Hector gives the paper at Mihawk. Are you taking me lightly? Mihawk frowns at him. The two stare at each other. Hector with a carefree smile on his lips, not at all. I respect you, a bit. Don't reject so fast, I haven't talked about the payment. Hector raises his index finger. In the end of her 3-month short training I will give you a fight with me. Hector's smile morphs into a smirk while his eyes become a crescent. Silence falls on the precinct. You're offering a fight with me as a payment? Mihawk asks, more like a spar really, I will limit myself to get interesting. You can learn a lot. Hector says in his carefree way. A pity that Mihawk doesn't understand that he is not mocking him. So you're really mocking me? He says slowly and starts standing up from his seat. A battle is about to happen. I'm not mocking you. Do you want a free sample now? Hector asks and slowly starts to raise his hand. Do you mind if I borrow this then? In his hand you... Exclamation point. Words can't describe Mihawk's shock at seeing his prized sword in Hector's hand. Hector took Yoru and Mihawk didn't even see when or how he did it. This is a great blow to any swordsman's pride, these markings. They're interesting. Hector smiles mysteriously while analyzing you, will not be wasted to Siko to do some training here. He turns the handle and presents the sword to Mihawk. The greatest swordsman in the world slowly takes his sword back. So, do we have a deal? Hector asks innocently. Mihawk doesn't answer. He puts his sword behind his back and turns around to leave. When he is far enough, after you heal we will start your training, Roranoa. Busujima go practice with the baboons, defeat them without hockey. Mihawk says. Hector smiles seeing that. Men are such weirdos sometimes. Perona comments, so, should I pay my respect to my new master? Siko asks, genuinely curious, no. You only kneel to me, Siko. This is only a transaction, Hector answers seriously and then turns at her with a smile. Now you have a place to pass the time while I do boring things like researching. I will come back for you when I have something fun to do. He smiles and pats her head. And this fight against him? Hector scoffs, I will destroy him. But will be good to ignite a fire. You swords people get better under the pressure of someone stronger. And he is one of those. Limited by their world. Hector says before saying his goodbyes and taking Cassandra with him. On the sky Hector is flying alone, his senses working full-time to locate the sky island. Weatheria. Weatheria is an artificial sky island where its inhabitants research the weather. And is also the place where Nami was sent after being separated from the rest of the Straw Hats. This is the trickiest place to find because it's moving. But there's a fixed route. Hector thinks to himself before continuing his search. Sometime later he finally found the island in question. Annoyed by wasting time, he uses his senses to scan the island. Peretti. Only old people live there. So feeling the young and female form of Nami, he instantly teleports to her location with a blink. Appearing at the home where she is, Hector pauses. I should have seen this coming. He thinks while staring at the nude form of the navigator of the Straw Hats that is taking a bath. Is Yuki Rito making me dumber? Or I am relaxed because of this world? He thinks while Nami finally notices him. Almost everything is exposed, only some bubbles and soap poorly protect Nami's wet and curvy body from Hector's eyes. In an instant, Nami screamed, then tried to shield her body in embarrassment with a towel, and then went to the attack trying to punch Hector in his head. Hector doesn't defend himself. Okay, I deserve that. He says feeling nothing after the punch. Naomi can't hurt him, and he is even considerate enough to make his body softer so that she doesn't hurt her hand too much. Nonetheless, Nami still feels like she punched a car tire. What you are made for? She shouts while nursing her hand after turning around. I'm just trying to see if the power of anime gag can really hurt me. Hector says, confusing her. Huh? Whatever you saw, right? You owe me 100,000 bellies. She points at him and declares, always trying to profit. Unexpectedly to her, Hector really pulls out a lot of gold bars. The gold shines on her face, making the sign of money appear in her eyes. This should be 200,000, so can I see it again? Hector asks with a straight face. Nami shrilled at him like a demon with pointed teeth while she bent over to hug the gold bars. I said wrong before, it was exactly this amount. She says shamelessly. Hector doesn't comment and doesn't care, because, when she bends over the pile of gold, she exposed herself even more to him. Hector covers his mouth with his hand. I see. A smooth swimmer style, huh? Makes sense. I thought it would be orange down there too. He comments, feeling the effects of the happiness punch. Nami straightens herself hearing his words, noticing the position she is in. She really turned around and practically went on all fours to him at the sight of money. Embarrassment turns into anger and she goes for another attack. You bastard! She goes for another punch, but this time, Hector is not buying it. He sidesteps, making her lose her balance. Hector grabs her forearm, spins her around and catches her by the waist, holding her form in a somewhat romantic position. Hector clicks his tongue playfully at her while their faces are close. Dear cat burglar, you're good. Stealing my heart like that. He smirks roguishly at her. Nami blushes a little. So you can't get angry if I steal a kiss from you now, right? He slowly approaches her face with his. Nami's eyes swirl seeing his actions, but he kisses her cheek. Seeing her confused face, Hector smiles and pulls her to her feet again, spinning her. Sorry, gorgeous. I'm still figuring out where to draw the line when dealing with other women. Hector says to her, talking about Shago and his harem, when I figure out, maybe I will come back to have my due. He winks at her. Nami's face morphs into one of anger and embarrassment again. After that, and after some fun teasing her, Hector passes the message of the reunion in 2 years and says his goodbyes. Boyne Archipelago, I told you that there's an island like that. Hector comments at Tsukasa while he grabs a corn on the ground. Strangely enough, the corn is already cooked and seasoned and has butter on it for some reason. The whole of Boyne Island is like that. Almost everything is food. Tsukasa looks at the Layman waterfall. There are even some giant boiled eggs on it. I'm really surprised. Tsukasa says while he grabs some grass, that is in truth licorice. The truth is that the whole island is a huge carnivorous plant. The food is to attract people and beasts. Hector explains to the surprised Tsukasa, Oi, did Luffy really tell you that? 2 years, are you serious? The sniper of the Straw Hats asks Hector. Instead of his usual scrawny form, Usopp is as fat as he can get now. Yep, it's time for you to blast on the inspirational remix soundtrack and go in a training montage, Usopp. You need it. Hector says while grabbing the guy's belly and shaking it like a jello. This is muscle. Usopp tries to argue, but he can't fool anyone. Whatever. You have 2 years to not be a burden anymore. Luffy and Zoro will become really strong because they are training with Rayleigh and Mihawk. Hector says. His words make Usopp pause. Hector can almost see the engines rolling on his brain while he thinks about how to get stronger. Momaro Island, that's the queer island, led by Ivankov. It's all full of pink, love and gay men. Hector and Cassandra are staring a little speechless at the next member of the Straw Hats. Sanji broke down under the trauma and is wearing a pink frilly dress and makeup. Sanji snaps of it. Hector says slowly, Snap off, what's silly? Sanji acts cute and girly at him. Hector sighs. Thankfully he predicted that and came prepared. He slowly removes something from his clothes. Picture? And shows it to Sanji. It was something from his recent memory. Nami is in a towel with wet hair, sexy even though she doesn't want to be. Sanji paused seeing the photo. It looked like his whole body was electrocuted. In the next instant, his body literally catches fire and he rises in the air like a rocket. Weird. Cassandra says while shield her eyes to look at the fiery man in the sky. Just go with it. Hector says with a deadpan face. Sanji spins in the air in a wheel of fire. His dress becomes ashes and he goes back to the ground in his black suit. Nami swayin'. He shouts, moving at Hector all wiggly and at high speed. Hey, why do you have a Nami Swan picture like that? He suddenly gets serious and looks at Hector. You bastard. What you did do to Nami Swan? Sanji rages, catching fire again. Hector shuts him up by throwing the picture away, making Sanji throw himself too to catch it before it hits the ground. Don't treat this treasure like that. Sanjo rages, Ito-chan. Hector ignores Sanji when he hears Bon Clay calling from him at a distance, Bonchan. Hector meets Bon Clay with a matching enthusiasm and hugs the Okama. Oh, if is not Ito boy. Bonchan told me about how you helped my Akams in Impel Down. Thank you for that. Iha. Ivankov, the queen of the Okamas, shouts animatedly. Accompanying Ivankov and Bon Clay is Inazuma, the orange and white Okama that has an interesting devil fruit. It was nothing, but I have a favor to ask. Hector says dismissively while thinking of ways of copying the devil fruits of Ivankov and Inazuma. Hormone and scissors fruits. Oh, and what is that? Let me tell you that a favor of the Okama queen is precious beyond belief. Ivankov says dramatically. First, Luffy sent a message to Sanji. Hector turns to the man worshipping the Nami's image. He explains about the 2-year training period and how Sanji should train with Ivankov. Ivankov chuckles with his hand covering his mouth. Yes, this is a good idea. I can train Sanji boy for these 2 years. Then Ivankov puts his face very close to Hector's. So you're the one that captured Kuma? Kuma and Ivankov are part of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, I will deliver him to Dragon. Hector says nonchalantly. He even silently mouths the place where the Revolutionary Army is hidden. Ivankov retreats in surprise. You know a lot, Ito boy. Oh, I didn't agree to train with these Okamas. Sanji says in rage. Hector kicks him in his shin. Don't be ungrateful and homophobic. They saved your captain. And you can learn a lot with them. Hector beats some sense in Sanji. He then turns to Ivankov. By the way, my favor is to you to train my friend in cooking. Hector says, oh, but I'm already going to train Sanji boy and Bonchan. I will have too much on my plate, Ito boy. I don't know if I can do that. He laughs. Hector stares at him for an instant with a deadpan face. Then he pulls Tsukasa from a portal. What a cute boy. Accepted. Ivankov says immediately, all according to Kik. Hector whispers, suddenly putting on his glasses and making them shine with his powers. Hectorson, I'm not sure about that. Tsukasa apprehensively looks around at these weirdos. Hector smiles at him and gives him a thumbs up. For your dream, you need to make sacrifices. Keep an eye open and your butt cheeks clenched. Hector-san. Hector doesn't answer. He starts to run away at high speed while carrying Cassandra under his arm. Hector-san? Tsukasa tries to shout, but he is already being smothered by a lot of Okamas. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Hector cries, tears flying while he can't bear to look back. Fun. Cassandra says expressionless. Do you think? There are weirdos but are good people. Maybe you can train with them sometime. The Nukama Kempo. Hector says he then remembers something and smirks. Sanji. While you fell here, Luffy fell in Amazon Lily and Usopp on an island full of food. Hector shouts back. The last thing they hear is an anguished scream, full of sorrow, like that of a pig. Torino Kingdom. On this island, the locals cohabited with giants birds. Normally they are in constant dispute, but thanks to Chopper who can speak both human and animal languages, they solved their differences and are living in harmony now. Seriously? So everyone is well? That's good. Chopper practically cries in happiness after Hector told him the news. Yes, now the best you can do is train and study so that you all can adventure in the new world prepared. Hector comments while watching Cassandra hugging a giant fluffy bird. Yes. Chopper nods determinedly. Oh, I saw on the news that you saved Ace from certain death. The small reindeer suddenly says, yes, I'm a doctor too. Hector answers, but I bet that I can learn a lot from someone who studied on the famous Drum Island. Hector compliments. You're bastard. Don't think that your words can make me happy. Chopper wiggles around with his eyes and mouth in a silly crescent. Let's talk about medicine. He puts some tea to Hector and cleans a sit at his side. Hector chuckles seeing that and engages in an interesting talk of two doctors. And copying Chopper's human fruit while doing this. Oda once joked about what would happen if a human ate the human fruit. Saying something about enlightened human. Let's see how far this joke goes. Hector thinks. Tequila Wolf only Hector comes to rescue Robin from her captors on this huge bridge. Nico Robin, the archaeologist of the Straw Hats, reads the newspaper given by Hector with rapid attention, trying to update her on the happening of the world. Around her, many guards have fallen on the ground, unconscious. Hector puts a blanket over her shoulder and unceremoniously lays on the ground on his side, his hand supporting his head. I heard that you're searching for the Void Century. I know what is. Hector starts with a smile. Robin takes her eyes off the newspapers to look at him. A Void Century will be my life without you, my dear. What about marrying me? He awakens his unused riz and winks at her. Robin chuckles at him, but smiles gently and rejects his offer politely. Foo-foo. Sorry, but we don't know each other very well. Hector clicks his tongue but accepts without insisting. Your loss. He obviously is not serious, but, in his own words, you always need to flirt with the mature women of the anime worlds. It's the law. After assimilating some Playboy's characters, he discovered that flirting is a good exercise for self-confidence and self-esteem. The secret is not starting flirting expecting to get in the woman's pants. Expect nothing and you will not be disappointed. He engages in these playful flirting with Aurora and others sometimes. Just for the sake of it, the Revolutionary Army is almost arriving, they will treat you well. Hector says to her, but if not, just shout and I will save you. I thank you for your help. She says he is only taking his time to copy her power. One of the most sexually creative powers of all fiction. This will be fun. He thinks, by the way, you're good with languages, right? Can you read this? He stands up and delivers her a small paper. Robin looks at the paper curiously, not noticing Hector's evil smirk. Record. She looks at it and reads it out loud, confused. Era? Hector's smirks widens. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. He looks like he is breaking the fourth wall. Objective, make a 10-hour era compilation of anime mature women through the Omniverse. This is only the first step. He shouts before moving quickly to the edge of the bridge and making a swan dive on the water like he is escaping something. Hector's out. Robin stares at him confused before she bursts into giggles. Being part of the Straw Hat Pirates, she is used to weird people's antics. Karakuri Island, that's the Winter Island, where the greatest mind of the One Piece world, Dr. Vegapunk, was born. Hector arrived there to find a weird Frankie. Weird because he is acting proper and normal instead of his usual perverted way. Hector then takes some cola from his inventory and chugs it down his throat. And just like he had been electrocuted, Frankie was back to normal. Suyupiopia. He strikes his iconic pose, putting together his forearms. I'm back, baby. Oh. Hector shakes his head and passes the message. After that, he went around the Vegapunk laboratory. He finds some interesting there, making him even more interested in meeting Vegapunk in person. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That's some good lyrics, Hector-san. Brook laughs while playing on his guitar, Hector by his side. You don't mind if I use them, right? Of course not. Hector smiles after teaching Brook the Never Gonna Give Up song. You need to let me record Binks no Sa, though. Deal. Yo-ho-ho, Brook laughs before he starts playing again. After that, I will teach another animated song. It started like that. I put the new Fergies on the Jeep. Hector smiles evilly. In Ahoy. After T action-filled chapter, A Calm Before the Storm. Our MC showing that he can go copying power discreetly, but going big is more effective. Also settling his people in places where they can grow. A small calm before he starts creating chaos again. He realizes some childhood dreams of meeting his favorite characters. I hope you guys get a good laugh of this chapter. It's necessary. Next he will be a little more forceful when taking what he wants from the villains. World of Pirates, Part 04. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Inside each of us, there is the seed of both good and evil. It's a constant struggle as to which one will win, and one cannot exist without the other. Eric Burden. Recap. In the last chapter, Hector copied discreetly many powers, took law under his tutelage and went on a little questo to meet the Straw Hats. A little note to clarify some things. Some people mistakenly believe that Hector knows nothing about Wano. Nope, he stopped a little before the rooftop battle. So he knows about Odin. I will make a little list. He doesn't know Nika Nika no Mi, the Seraphim, Admiral Rokuji, King being a Lunarian, but he can guess. He wouldn't know about Advanced Conqueror's Hockey either, but he assimilated Roger and Odin, so he learned from them. Vegapunk, Sanji upgrade, if not he would go to Germa earlier. The fact that the dragon fruit that Momonosuke ate is not defective, if not he would go retrieve it, and everything after that like Mother Flame, Nefertari, Lily etc. Now to the chapter, enjoy. Third person P. That's what we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning. Hector and Brooke end their duet with a big laugh. Hector takes a breath and stands up. Well, the company is good, but I have things to do, Brooke. By the way, what are your thoughts on going to see Laboon right now? Hector eyes the skeleton. Brooke pauses his fingers that are playing on the chords of the guitar. I can make it happen and bring you back here. Hector adds. I'm grateful for the offer, Hector-san. Brooke says seriously after a long pause, but I promised that I would meet him after going around the world. If you asked me while I was alone in the Florian Triangle, I would have accepted. Another pause, and then Brooke looks up at Hector and says with a tone that shows that he is smiling even if his skull face has no lips, but now I have good friends that will help me accomplish my promise. Heh, I expected that much. Hector chuckles, don't worry that I plan to visit the Twin Cape, so I will pass the news that you're alive to Laboon and Crocus. I will check Laboon's health too, so don't worry and focus on your travel. Hector gives Brooke a thumbs up, yahoho. I would appreciate it very much, Hector-san. Brooke laughs happily. Hector then turns to the other three people close by. I hope you all take good care of my pal here. Are we understood? Hector glares at the three members of the Long Arm tribe. They are the ones that helped Brooke become the famous singer Soul King, but are only after profit, after all, so Hector needs to put them in their places after they all shakily nod while hugging each other, too scared of his reputation to even speak. Hector relaxes and gives them a disarming smile. Now, the start of anything is always the hardest part, so let me fund you guys a little. He pulls a sack of gold from his storage and drops it in front of them. The three long-armed people's eyes go wide seeing that development. Hector remembers in some cover story from the manga, Brooke singing in the rain as a street performer. This much money can afford some good clothes and travel. Maybe even the recording of a disc if they are smart. He doesn't want Brooke to go hungry. Are discs here? Maybe vinyl. Hector thinks after one last thank you from Brooke, Hector goes away. Sea floor, finally found you. Hector thinks when he finally spots the last Straw Hat to visit, going Mary. He needed to calculate the ocean currents to find Mary's sheep figurehead. Your spirit should be on the sunny, but let me preserve your a little. Hector says in his mind. Using his powers he creates a makeshift shrine where Mary can rest. He even uses Crazy Diamond power to restore any damage on the figurehead. With effort, maybe he can even restore the ship from cinders. But now he knows that some endings shouldn't be touched. Hector gives Mary a last complicated look before going away. Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Base. I wish I could trust people like you trust this top. Hector comments on Bello Betty's attire. Right now the situation in the Revolutionary Army hideout is a little tense. Hector, who is now disputing with Monkey D. Dragon the title of most dangerous man in the world, and Cassandra are sitting lazily and relaxed at a table in this office. Around him, Dragon, Sabo, Koala, Bello Betty, and many other people from the Revolutionary Army are looking at him cautiously. Iva told me that you would come. Dragon is the one that broke the silence from the other party. Hector eyes the man. He has a non-friendly face, very different from Garp and Luffy. But he is not antagonizing me, he is just like that normally. Hector thinks while trying to feel if Dragon has a devil fruit. Hector raises his hand and throws something, a green marble that shines, and suddenly Bartholomew Kuma is there, kneeling on the ground. Tied by some metal bindings in a way that gives him no free movement. Kuma-san. Sabo, Koala, And some others shout and approach the huge guy. Dragon, different from the others, doesn't move from his spot. Instead, he frowns and looks at Hector. You just put us at great risk. Hector once again raises his hand. I'm the last person that you need to talk about this. He lets the broken pieces of a tracker fall on the ground. I'm very cautious. Obviously, he checked Kuma through and through before. I couldn't help but notice that his transformation into a cyborg was very unusual. Hector stares at Dragon's eyes. Do you guys know or have ties with Vegapunk? He asks. Dragon keeps his silence. Hector snorts. Sorry if I messed with some of your plans. And it appears Kuma will stay as a cyborg with no free will for some time. He comments more to himself. I will visit Vegapunk sooner than later. Hector decided before turning to Sabo. Did you recover your memories? The blonde in question turns to him confused. Oh, so you needed the trauma of Ace dying? Makes sense. Ace was famous before after all, and it didn't trigger you. Hector smiles predatorily. Do you want the manual or the Wi-Fi recovery? He asks out of the blue. What? The Wi-Fi then. I will not be stabbing my finger in your limbic system. Hector's eyes then glare hard at Sabo. Telepathy used. Arg. Sabo clutches his head in pain and falls to his knees. Sabo-kun. Sabo. What did you do? Hector ignores everyone and doesn't move or explain. In the past, I was always annoyed by people that pulls the shit. Why not explain beforehand? For drama? Now I know that is more convenient and fast. And fun too. He smirks. What did you do to him? Heck, a fishman shouts at him while holding the now in shock. Sabo. Just recovering his memories. Relax. He will explain it to you all later. I'm lazy. Hector says dismissively with a shooing hand motion. So, Bello Betty, did you use your power in me? I can feel my spirit rising with your presence. Hector gives her a half-flirtatious smile. Bello Betty pauses. You're weird, you bastard. She says rudely, his flirting with her while Sabo has a breakdown is really weird, but I don't dislike it. She smiles back, oh ho. So you're the sworn brother of Ace and Luffy? Dragon-san's son? Koala asks, shocked by the twist. Not only her, but pretty much everyone on this base is surprised by the revelation. Sabo is sitting with a somewhat lost expression, his elbows supported on his knees. I almost lost my brother. I would have done nothing. He says while burying his face in his hands, shoulders trembling. You didn't know, Sabo-kun. Koala tries to comfort him while giving pats on his shoulder. That's right, you can't blame yourself. If you knew, you would be there. We too. Hack confirms on his side. Sabo takes a deep breath and raises his head to look at Hector. Thank you. Thank you for helping me now and saving my brothers in Marineford. He says seriously and like Ace bows his head. So what would be my reward if I bring the head of one of the 5 elders to you? I was doing what I wanted. Hector, who was flirting with Bello Betty while holding her hand, turns him disinterestedly. Luffy will train with Rayleigh for some years, so no use looking for him. But you can go reunite with Ace. Hector says, I think that I don't need to search for him. We will meet eventually. Sabo says with a smile. Hector gives him a look before shrugging, maybe. Destiny works in mysterious ways here after all. Then he suddenly stands up and talks to Sabo and Koala. We need to go, but what about you two spar with my sidekick here? Hector pulls Cassandra by the back of her neck like a cat. I'm very curious about your dragon fist style and the fishman karate. He smiles. The two have no problem in sparing. Hector observed the 2 fighting styles from the sidelines with great attention, easily engraving them in his mind. It's a spar with only techniques. Cassandra is equalizing her speed. Cassandra won relatively easily against Koala. And against Sabo was a draw, because Hector interrupted. If not, the two would go for a long time learning from each other. Then Hector gives his goodbyes, promising to visit his dear Bello Betty and promising retribution if they hurt Robin in some way while she was in their care. A little friendship to visit them in the future and copy the rest of the devil fruits. Hector plans before disappearing. He still needs to confirm if Dragon really has something like the storm fruit. Bello Betty's devil fruit is very similar to that quirk of that guy on the Meta Liberation Army in the Hero Academia world. He thinks out loud, remembering the guy who can hype people with his voice, but better. It's a trend apparently. I need to work in fusions later. Right now Cassandra is observing a strange scene. After Hector visited Laboon and Crocus at the entrance of the Grand Line, he coincidentally met an interesting character crossing the reverse mountain. So right now he and Cassandra are embarking on their ship. But the strange situation is, you, their biggest fan? Keep dreaming. Hector rolls around the deck, fighting multiple people in a storm of limbs and attacks. Shut up, you bastard. Don't look down on me. Bartolomeo, the Straw Hat's fanboy and user of the barrier fruits, answers while he fights against Hector. Cassandra is starting to get used to it, and she doesn't know if it's a good thing. You shut up. I carry on my back the inherited will of millions of fans. You simply can't compare. Hector continues to fight Bartolomeo's crew through the deck. He is not only fooling around. He is copying Bartolomeo's power too. I will eternally thank you for helping Luffy-senpai and Ace-senpai in Marineford. But on this, I will not step back. Bartolomeo shouts while delivering a storm of punches. Enough! Hector stops the fight and makes all of them move away with a telekinetic blast. It appears that I need to get serious. Hector looks down on the Bardos Club crew. Bring it on, you bastard! Bartolomeo shouts while putting on a fight stance. Hector smirks. A smirk full of superiority. The smugness is palpable. To Bartolomeo, his face is very punchable right now. But at the same time, a feeling of uneasiness creeps into Bartolomeo's heart. Hector starts talking. You accompanied the Straw Hats' adventures through the newspapers? But what about their other adventures? Hector asks suddenly. It looks like lightning hit every one of the members of the ship. You are lying. Can't be. You can't possibly know. Bartolomeo shouts, full of uncertainty. Hector crosses his arms and the smug smile widens. So you guys don't know about Skypiea and the Florian Triangle? Well, and you guys call yourselves fans? TSK. Skypiea? Florian Triangle? The crew look at each other. Could it be? One asks with doubt. The Florian Triangle is said to be very mysterious and no one knows what is inside. If they entered there, maybe. Not even the government would know what they did. A smarter member says his piece. Bartolomeo grits his teeth while looking at Hector's smug expression. Skypiea is a sky island. Hector starts. An island? In the sky? Something like this really exists? Hector chuckles at them. A good part of the people on this part of the Grand Line also doesn't believe in it. So what do you guys think Luffy would do if he caught wind of these news? Hector asks. He would go. He would absolutely go. Bartolomeo looks like he is physically in pain seeing how right Hector can be. Well, taking pity, you guys let me tell the story. Hector starts. Everyone on the crew perks their ears with great attention. In the Florian Triangle there is a warlord, Gecko Moria. Hector starts, using some powers to make hollow images of his memories. Showing the most important points. He wants to make an army of shadow soldiers. Hector explains, showing images. Cassandra observes the crew of Bartolomeo sitting on their knees like obedient children while listening. A minute ago they were trying to kill Hector. You guys still don't know of the new member of the crew, right? He is a skeleton because... And he goes on explaining. Had his shadow stolen. Then negatives, ghosts. Sogeking. Ancient giant ores. Luffy's shadow was stolen. They put a lot of shadows in Luffy's body. Big fight. Just before the dawn. Hector told the story like a professional storyteller. Bartolomeo's crew expression changes with each moment, listening and seeing the scenes without losing anything. Completely transfixed. Then Kuma appears. Another warlord just after defeating Moria. Hector pauses dramatically. No. Then what? How did they escape? The crew asks anxiously. Kuma makes a proposition. Deliver Mujiwara and the rest can go. Hector imitates Kuma's voice. Everyone gasps and shows outraged expressions, but at that moment, instead of even considering it, the crew shows resolve and stands in the way to protect Luffy. Blah! They cry loudly, best crew in the world. This is what means to be a Straw Hat. Hector can see their apprehension while he explains how Kuma easily defeats the Straw Hats. At this moment he pauses. The next is one of the best scenes of One Piece, but is something personal to Zoro. I need you guys to promise to never tell anyone about what happened next. Hector looks at them seriously. All of them nod like chickens pecking the ground. Hector slowly and dramatically explains everything. The damage on Luffy. Zoro's certain demise. The tension in the air is palpable. Nothing happened. Hector finishes the story. Silence falls on them before is broken by their boiled emotions. Wawa. Zoro-senpai. You're the coolest. They cry to the sky and in each other's arms. Hector also explains Brook's backstory to the, so that whale. That's why she has those scars and that drawing of the Straw Hats. Jolly Roger. Brook's senpai had it rough too. At this moment Bartolomeo fell on his knees. Tears and snot streaming down his face. I admit. He starts saying, but a hand stops him. He looks up to see Hector on one knee close to him. Bartakun? Stop it. We are wrong from the start. Fandom fights are awful and unnecessary. No need to petty squabbles. Hector says with a smile while extending his hand. The sun on his back gives him a holy halo. Bardo's crew's view of him, it's like of a merciful Buddha. Let's enjoy their adventures together. Like friends. Hector says to them, touching their hearts. They can't contain their tears. Hector-senpai. Their eyes blur with tears. They almost can't look at his brilliance directly. In the next moment, they are hugging each other and celebrating. Skypiea is even more epic. Wait till I tell you guys of Mont Blanc Noland. He is like a Roger that comes too early. Hector says while his arm is wrapped around Bartolomeo's shoulder. Everyone cheers together. Cassandra continues to stare at them confused. Her arms crossed around her chest and her head tilted, thinking, boys are weird. She nods to herself like she just realized something big. Somewhere on the combat, a fleet of Marines' ships slowly drifted on the still sea. I should have been already in the New World, helping to quench the chaos there. But here I am. Not for the first time, Commodore Smoker complains about his situation. Grumbling and pursing his lips that are holding 3 cigars. Calm down, Commodore. This mission is an easy one and merely a formality so that you can be promoted to the leader of Unit 01 in the G5. Vice Admiral Tsuru comments calmly while sipping some tea. The old lady called Smoker and the other Marine partnering up on this mission to a relaxing tea party. Hina understands the bureaucracy, but Hina also agrees with Smoker-kun that there are more important things to do in these turbulent times. The third person, Hina, seated at the table, comments in her characteristic way of talking. The pink-haired Marine looks calmer than Smoker, who lets his grievances get out of his mouth unrestrained, but she is also frowning at the decision of the headquarters. If this mission is so easy, only one of us should be enough to complete it. No need to waste so much manpower. Hina says. Around them, subordinates of the 3 high-rank Marines surround the table located on the Tsuru's ship deck. Tashigi, Django, Fullbody, and the many girls who are under Tsuru's tutelage hear the conversation. Tsuru sighs, showing a little tiredness in her elderly face. We all know why so many of us are here. Yes, everyone knows. The reason can be attributed to the existence of a single man. Would be a heavy blow on the Marine's face if something happens to them again. Tsuru completes. Do you think he was serious? Hina asks, frowning. Who knows? Tsuru shrugs. But if we lose more credibility, more people will think that we are ineffective. Pirate scum will grow bold and innocent people will suffer. Tsuru explains, fucking world nobles. Smoker grumbles again. His dislike of the Tenryubito is evident in his voice. Be careful with your mouth, Commodore. You're not Garp. Susu admonishes, making the man grumble to himself again. Do we have any idea of where he is? The devil. Hina asks to change the topic a little. The last was heard, he was with the Whitebeard pirates. Tsuru says, "Do you think he will take command of the Whitebeard group?" Smoker asks seriously. Hina is thinking that maybe Marineford was for nothing. The pink-haired woman sighs. Maybe, maybe not. But he can be in any place around the world. We all saw his flying ship. Hence the reason why we are here. Tsuru says after a sigh, "Is that really Pluton?" Hina asks, "We don't know. There's no recording that says that Pluton can fly, but we don't know much about the ancient weapons either. Nonetheless, I don't know what option I would prefer. If he has Pluton or if exists something like that, that still is not Pluton." Tsuru says and takes a sip of her tea. "Do you know nothing about this guy?" Smoker hits the table with his fist, frustrated. "If you ask nicely, I can answer any doubt." Slurp. Suddenly they hear a voice impossibly close to them. A voice that they can't forget that easily. "Speaking of the devil." Hector jokes, amusement evident in his eyes as he smirks at their shocked faces. There he is, sitting at the table with the 3 Marines and already helping himself with some tea. Cassandra standing at his side with her impassive face. The situation was so absurd to these people, who trust so much in their senses, that they were shocked for a full second. Someone really sneaked so close to them. Suddenly all Marines on deck are in a battle-ready stance, and they instinctively attack the intruder. "Wait." Tsuru tries to stop them but is too late. Hina arrives first, her arm elongated and whips around Hector, locking his arms and torso together. "Oh!" Hector acts like he didn't even notice the attack and let it happen. Smoker's fist is already approaching his face at high speed, being launched by his smoke powers. Hector eyes the incoming fist, "Not in the face, please." And then he sucked some air and blows in the direction of the incoming attack. Much like air cannon, a huge blast of air is exhaled by him, dissipating Smoker's attack into nothingness. Luckily he didn't use hockey, if not Smoker would have lost his arm. "See, Cassandra? These Gacha types may look invincible at first glance, but wind was their great weakness." Hector turns to instruct his sidekick without caring about the others, poisonous gas and others, even Isabella's powers that come from mist. All you need is a good blast of wind. She nods silently. Hector turns again to the Marines, especially to Hina. "So, Kinkiha? If it's you I can let myself be caught for one night?" He teases her with a smile. And despite being used to these types of comments in her career, Hina's heart skips a bit, not that she will show in her face. She shakes her head and schools her features even more, frowning at herself and at Hector. "Hina will take you in. Don't resist." She says. Hector is not resisting. But Hector can't be captured right now. Hector has things to do. But Hector only wants to talk and not fight. Hector says calmly, he really is not trying to escape from Hina's cuff-like attack. His arms are still locked, so he calmly extends his feet from under the table. His bare feet start to move around with great dexterity, putting more tea to himself and even grabbing a little spoon between his toes and mixing it. Then he grabs the teacup and saucer between the toes of his 2 feet and drinks it like he is using his hands. *slurp*, bloody hell. I'll tell you what though folks, that's bloody nice. That's really, slurp, that's bloody lovely. Hector exclaims in his best British accent, "Where did you get this tea, mate? One of my people likes tea." The Marines don't know if Hector is messing with them or if he is that weird. Strong people tend to have some quirks in this world. Hector puts the tea set back on the table with his feet, still gracious, and talks. "I have to praise you too to have the guts to attack, at least, very commendable. Even if futile, this is not empty praise. If one looks closely at the rest of the ship, one would notice the situation of the other Marines. With a few exceptions, every other Marine couldn't even put a proper battle stance. They're trembling nervously and gulping down in fear at Hector's mere presence. All this is because they are exposed to his conqueror's haki, ren, and bloodlust during the war in Marineford. They're traumatized. And not everyone is a main character that can bounce back from these setbacks stronger. They subconsciously already accepted Hector's superiority. Their broken will never allow them to muster strength or battle intense against the guy. And that's why Hector praised Smoker and Tashiji. A pity the guy became a cannon fodder after the time skip. Hector thinks regrettably. He likes Smoker. I will cheer on you becoming an admiral in the future, Smoker-kun. Gone bear. Hector says, don't mess with me. A vein in Smoker's forehead pops and his teeth crush his cigars. Believe it or not, I'm not messing with you. Hector is the type of guy that knows how to separate individuals from the group. So Hector can like people like you, Garp, and others and dislike the Navy and the world government. Hector says lightly, still tied by Hina and imitating her. Remembering it when he moves a little, he starts to use her way of talking again. Smoker stays silent at Hector's declaration. It's true that the guy appears to have no intention of attacking them now. Hina doesn't like being mocked. Hina frowns. Hector is not mocking Hina. Hector is the type of guy who likes to experiment with all sorts of things, so Hector thought of trying to speak like Hina. Hector is finding it weirdly enjoyable. He smiles at her innocently. Hina, release him. Tsuru finally intervenes. The headquarters still hasn't decided, but he is practically a Yonku. We can't attack them lightly. She says with a sigh. Smoker and Hina look at her almost incredulously. Oh ho, so Hector is not the... Hector shakes his head, like to dispel something. Them, this way of talk sticks. Ahem, so I am an emperor of the sea now? Hector makes fun of the situation while he casually breaks his restraints with a flex of his arms. I always thought that was funny how you guys' job is to arrest pirates, but do nothing against the biggest threats. Society in a nutshell. He smirks while he mixes his tea with a little spoon. Why did you stop here? Tsuru asks, if you're not looking for a fight, you can go away. She huffs. Hector looks at her and smiles mysteriously. I saw you guys here and decided to stop to say hello. Have a little philosophical talk. An enlightening. A philosophical talk? I heard that your power can wash away people's evil, so I was thinking of giving it a try. Hector extends his hand. Go on. Do it. His smirk widens. The Marines look at him strangely, cautious of any trick that he can pull over them. Please, I don't need to resort to trickery. You guys are weak, after all. He continues to smile innocently at them. Even someone as serene as Tsuru gets ticked off by Hector's provocation. All right, you brat. Let's see what you're made of. Tsuru says, removing her gloves and advancing fast to use her devil fruit's powers on him. Now I'm a brat again. You guys need to decide. It's all he can say before he suffers from the attack. Tsuru's wash fruit can make her interact with people and objects like they are clothes, allowing her to wash and hang out to dry them. In the process, she can even wash away the evil of people. A very overpowered ability to use in someone weaker than her, but loses a lot of efficiency in someone strong. Like Law's Op no Mi. She is not expecting it to work properly right now. But it works. Hector doesn't resist when he is engulfed by her powers. His body becomes thin like a tissue. He falls over the table slowly, his head hanging out of it, a silly smile on his face. I really lost my will to fight. He comments lightly. The Marines around them can't make heads or tails of the situation. That's it? Is he defeated just like that? As Cassandra eyes the situation attentively, her fingers twitching, ready to strike at Tsuru at any moment. High in the air, a clone eyes curiously the situation too. Hector wouldn't test an enemy's power on himself without countermeasure, but is all unnecessary overreaction. His silly and innocent face suddenly frowns in effort and then pop. Using full-body hockey, Hector cancels Tsuru's power and inflates again, and he is back to normal. He slowly sits down, a very scary ability. Taking someone's will to fight, or will from conflict, really would make it impossible to use hockey. A power that can one-shot anyone weaker than you. Hector finally sits down. Gulps are heard around the Marines when they see his face. He is now showing a stone-cold expression, sending chill on their bodies. There's no shadow of his carefree attitude anywhere. Disgusting. He spat, his voice showing visible distaste, washing away someone evil. Truly disgusting. Everyone has at least a little of evil in them. Taking it from them is erasing a part of them. It's maybe worse than erasing someone's memories. Hector comments. He slowly turns his head to the Marines. His face makes even Tsuru give a step back unconsciously. Seeing the effect that he has on these people, Hector does a good job shuling his facial features and smiles relaxedly at them. Sorry for the trouble. I wanted to know how it feel. As someone who crosses the line between good and evil on a daily basis, I was curious, he says and hops off the table. He stretches his back a little in a carefree way. By the way, taking the opportunity that we are talking about evil? His carefree smile turns into a smirk while looking at Tsuru. He stretches his hand at the horizon and makes a grasp and pull motion. This is what you don't want me to see, right, Tsuru? Hector asks. In the horizon, something big starts to approach them at a high speed. Almost uncontrollably, a humongous ship is being pulled at Hector towards them. With a motion of his hand, the ship suddenly brusquely brakes, and sea waves are raised by the sudden motion. The ship even crashes a little against Tsuru's one, staying half tilted to one side, almost turning but ending up stabilizing itself, raising more waves as it does so. Sorry, I'm still getting the gist of magic. It's harder than telekinesis. Hector says while stopping his control over the ocean. He looks up to the pole of the big ship. Tsuru's face fell, seeing his smirk increasing. Didn't you guys hear my warning? He asks while looking with amusement at the flags of the world government and the Tenryubito on the pole of the ship. That's the worst-case scenario. It's what Vice Admiral Tsuru thinks while she watches Hector eye the big ship from the Tenryubito. She doesn't know what is worse: seeing his toothy grin of a predator ready to play with his victim, or what happened next. Once again his face fell, going back to an expressionless mask. His eyes narrow while he looks at the ship, almost as if he is seeing through it. Hector raises his palm and lowers it. The ship starts sinking together with his movement. The big Tenryubito ship lowers itself till the deck is on the same level as them. Now is possible to see the people on the deck. Beyond the many guards, cipher pole agents, and some Marines, there are two people who catch the eyes because of their astronaut-like suits. I'm evil, Hector declares, but even if the world becomes a fucking dystopian anarchy, we need to keep a minimum of humanity. Hector says hard, glaring at the world nobles. People around him have only a vague idea of what made him so angry all of a sudden. He then raises his index finger and slowly traces a line in the air. Xian, with the exception of the two world nobles, everyone else on that huge ship explodes in tiny bit pieces of meat. An ugly rain of gore dirts the deck. Hector is getting used to the powers from his new assimilations. Magic sword aura. Seeing the sudden slaughter, Smoker and Hina can't keep themselves still. Together they attack again. But this time, Hector is not in the mood to play. They didn't even notice when he appeared behind them, grabbed the back of their head, and slammed them on the floor. That's a nice word there, that you two are carrying on your back. Justice, Hector says coldly. I heard that there's many types of justice. Even the admirals represent them. Thorough justice. Lazy justice. Unclear justice. Heck, you guys really like those fancy words. Hector raises them and starts floating. Holding their neck, he forces them to look at the world's nobles. But I think all of you guys should just go with convenient justice. He says slowly. The deck of the huge ship explodes, and some people start flying from the interior. Women, children. Hector grabbed all of them telekinetically and put them on the marine ship. All of them are in bad condition. Signs of abuse, torture, and rape are evident. Some small children even have bite marks on them. The eyes of the Marines widen, seeing that. I thought that you guys were sworn to protect the innocents, but here we are, not fighting the Yonkos, enabling these little shits. Hector points to the Tenryubito with his face. What type of justice do you guys employ, if not the convenient one? No one can say a thing against what he just did. After being a little forceful in copying Smoker and Hina powers, Hector throws them away. It's so much easier simply antagonize everyone. The evil path is really the easy way, he thinks to himself. His eyes have a laser focus on the Tenryubitos. Vice Admiral Tsuru, unfortunately, during your mission of retrieving the Tenryubito, you met Hector. You're outclassed and can only watch helplessly while he massacred the noble's ship. Hector says slowly as a matter of fact, no survivors. Tsuru eyes Hector back for a long time. Conflict is visible on her face. It's her duty and mission to stop what is about to happen, but the aura emanating from Hector is saying that he will kill them if she does so much of saying a word in protest. All force away. Move. She says to her crew. Some look at her in disbelief, but she only glares at them and shakes her head. Hector and Cassandra jump on the deck of the noble's ship. Tsuru observes his back for a while before deciding that it's better to take care of the slaves, instead of seeing what he is about to do. On the noble's ship, Hector gives Cassandra a fleeting glance, almost telling her to go away for a bit, but decides against it. She has already shown that she is growing. And Hector will not go that far with these shits. His attention turns to the world nobles again. Hi, what are you thinking of doing? Guards! Guards! Kill him! The two Tenryubito can't comprehend the bad situation that they're in and shout for their now useless guards. More of the ship crew starts pouring into the deck, but they barely appear before being grabbed telekinetically and squeezed like a fruit. I always like to talk with different people. Increase experience in life. Acquiring wisdom. Hector says approaching, but I only need one of you guys. Hector raises his hand to the old Tenryubito. Monkey steal peaches? He says with an evil laugh. The space above the crotch of the Tenryubito twists and the man screams like a pig. His white astronaut-like suit is stained with blood, piss, and feces while he contorts himself on the ground. He just used the same quirk that a high-end Nomu used to take Mirko's arm in the Hero Academia story. It's too weak to give damage to people that really matters, and he can replicate the same effect with telekinesis. But sometimes it's good to use different powers to stretch them a little. And there's no need to think too much. Even criminals in prison despise rapists and pedophiles. It's the basic dude. Even if you throw away most of your humanity, this much could still last. You guys are an interesting bunch. A prime example of nurturing trumping nature and what decadency does to someone. You guys can't barely comprehend the world around you, like you're a 2-year-old kid. Piaget would love studying you all. He says, approaching the fallen old man slowly. Deep down, I know that you guys can have some redemption and become a proper human being. There's an example of that, but I don't have that good of heart and motivation right now. Hector says with a sigh before stepping on the old man's head, making it explode like a watermelon. Not everyone is Odoheim. He then turns to the woman. She crawls backwards, seeing his attention on her. Now you. He walks at her. Let me ask something. He even uses some powers to force her to speak. As a human being, most of us are bound to have empathy for our fellow humans. Hector crouches down to talk with her. Didn't you feel anything seeing the fate of those women? They are being raped and all. Like, I would feel a dude's pain if someone kicked his balls. It's the basic. He asks curiously, why should I feel for them? It's the simple answer. Hector's eyes bore into hers. That's the real and raw answer. That's what she truly feels. Nothing more, nothing less. The conditioning of a person can be scary. Hector whistles. You're not even seeing us as the same species anymore. He pauses a little to reflect. People are really malleable, especially from a young age. The man is born good and society corrupts them? No, maybe no one is born good or evil. A blank slate that can be filled by anything, from good morals to the more of vile teachings. But there are examples of nature winning against nurturing. Hector turns to look at the closer example. Cassandra. Taught from an early age to be an emotionless killer, but she escaped that fate. Chapter 261 to 280 is ended and next chapter 281 to 300 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you. Only true anime and Marvel fans will hit that subscribe button. Are you one of them?